I know Discord was acting buggy for me earlier. I'm just now getting my trading view to act right again.
I'm back, y'all. Little technical difficulties. Welcome back, YouTube. What's going on, Discord?
What's happening, Captain?
Chilling. Let's see if we're ever gonna break this thing, or we're just gonna keep going. I mean, my ego obviously wants us to hit that 1089 so I can get that last measured move, but
The trend is your friend.
yeah, this price action has been crazy. That 50 EMA has been solid. Y'all ever been in a successful trade so long that you kind of want it to be over? Usually not the parabolic ones, right? It's the ones that have already given you the big gain, and then now you're just like grinding out percentages.
Weeks and weeks. Leverage.
I never could stay in that long. I always had the paper hands.
Yeah, I've already taken profits. I've only taken like 20% though. Still got 80% in this.
But when we hit that 802, I had 803, 800, or 108, 300, and it hit 108.2. I'm still like, bam, what?
Yeah, you can't let it go for $100. Bro, I've seen people not TP for $100 and end up giving it all back.
That's how I've learned my lessons. Watching that back in the day. Just watch it blow up big, and you're like, oh shit, it's gonna keep going. And then it comes right back.
You realize there's no trophies for this shit, right? The only trophies are the profits you take. But there's no trophies for hitting your measured move, pixel perfect, you know?
But man, does it feel good?
Oh, I'm just
it's the dopamine. The reward is that the reward is that dopamine hit, right? That's what we chase when we hold on for those.
I can still remember one where, you know what I'm saying, I got right on the money, and it's like, man, let that happen every day.
Yep, I remember back when I had to get all starstruck watching the numbers blow up. Not still.
All right, let's see. Maybe the 6th time is a charm.
When would the midweek reversal show up?
Between today and tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. We took an early run on that 3-day up. Right, like if we go back and look at our weekend trap, and run through the weekly pattern that I try to teach you guys. Trap long, trap short, freed the trap short, false move, week beginning, down, right? 3-day up. But we started our 3-day up on Sunday instead of Monday. Right, so I'm looking for a midweek reversal sometime between the end of US today and tomorrow. So 24-hour sort of time period, which is why I haven't given up on another move up here. Even though I think we reverse, we could stretch this out. And by the looks of it, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Like, this price action isn't normal. It's normal for the situation, right? This price action shows the attempt to push up, right? The inability to get more than, 0.25%, but the inability to break that 50. But the momentum is still up, right? Our directionality is still up. Our intentionality is still up. Like, if you look at where market maker gave us vectors, right? On the pump, try to start another party, try to start another one, try to start another one. Right? And if you look at our 50, wicks, 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 wicks. So the intention here is to go up. The question is, how long can they keep farming these shorts? Because they've been farming the hell out of these shorts since we broke this support. Right, if we turn on our moment of silence real quick for the bears here. You see each one of these pockets? Each one of these pockets didn't exist until the retracement, right? Price pops up, cleans all the liquidations. This retracement causes the bears to short it. Market maker sweeps them. Runs out of liquidations, retraces to the 50. Bears jump back in. Market maker sweeps them. And sweeps them again. And sweeps them again. So the question is, how aggressive are the bears going to be now when we come down to the 50 this time? Right, is it going to be enough to pull price back up, or will we finally go after the cheap money? What I consider to be the cheap money down here. Because once this breaks, this should go fairly quick.
What's the Bears like frame of mind? Are they trying to get the price down so they can get in at a better price, or?
Yeah, a lot of them are ones that maybe missed the bottom at 98. So they've been trying to short every higher high. Every local higher high, they try to short it down. Yeah, let's check the 5-minute, and then we can follow the momentum shift, and then we'll come back to the 15. If we can't get a confirmed break of the 50 here, 5 minutes been super choppy. That's why I'm on the 15. There's been a lot of choppiness here. Yeah, like I said, I had it on the 15 because honestly, the 15 is where you're seeing the strength, right? The clearest trend is on the 15. Right? That 50 is obviously the issue. On the 5 minute, we've come in and out of that 50 several times, right? But the 200, you see the 200 on the 5 minute? If you're watching the 5 minute, that's what you want to watch, right? The breaks, we've been breaking, but we've also been ranging back into the 50. If you break that 200 on the 5 minute, would be the same as breaking, or close to the same as breaking the 50 on the 15. I mean, Rajesh, the best place is here, brother. I mean, if you're talking about what I do specifically, a lot of it isn't Google and AI isn't going to be a ton of help because a lot of this shit, especially when it comes to market maker, a lot of this knowledge has sort of been gatekept for a long time. I'm sure if anybody's
Yeah,
gone
you
on
gotta pick up
Google
books.
and if anybody's gone on Google and try to ask about market maker and vector candles, and you know what I'm talking about. You've hit the brick wall.
The deep web, man, or the dark web.
If
Old
you
ass
really,
forest
if you guys are
forums and
really,
shit.
really interested in learning, and I mean like getting deep into it, my suggestion is don't go away during the bear market. Right? Because during the bear market is where we're gonna have all the time in the world to really dig in. You know, right now I've been concentrating on momentum. I've been concentrating on major pivots because honestly, that's the only thing that matters from here to the end of the market. What I'm trying to do is get everybody to the end of this bull market safely, as safe as possible, anyways. Meaning, you know, better than break even, which is better than 85% of the people are gonna do. 75 to 80% of the people are gonna break even or lose money.
Yeah, bag hold. Don't be a bag holder.
Yeah. What's going on, Rick?
Yo, I just woke up. I'm just getting my coffee.
Nice.
Cool to see that things have pushed up, but yeah, I heard you saying it was like a little bit strange
I
the way
mean,
that
we're
it's.
we're holding crazy. If you look at the 50 MA on the 15, the way we've held this has been kind of sick.
Yeah, yeah. I'll get in front of a computer in a minute, couple
Yeah.
of minutes. I'm just getting
Got to
sitting
get
in a drive-through
caffeinated.
right now.
Oh, damn, you had to get up
Yep.
and go get coffee? That's the worst.
Yeah. Yeah.
The the worst
I
part is
I've got
a
instant.
15-minute drive.
I've got instant coffee, but I just felt like it's a day off. I want to get a nice coffee.
Right, right.
Hey, happy day off, Rick.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it'd be cool if crypto did something spectacular while I can be here to see it. I did watch a bit of the Jerome Powell hearing, like Jerome testifies thing.
Yeah.
That was interesting. Some of the senators were like grilling him.
Yeah, they were trying to get him. They try to get him to go political. They try to get him to admit that he had made a mistake. It's like, bro, I'm not new to this. You guys just got put in. I'm not new to this at all. Yeah, I don't like what TradingView is doing with their free with their free sort of tier. They're really reducing that thing to where you almost have to get at least the first tier. And it's going to be to the point where when you do get the first tier, it's just going to be what you used to get for free. I don't like that. Trading View, if you're listening and you sponsor me, I'll never say that again, though. I only use your tool every day. You know?
I don't know if it's got better or not, but man, their signaling and their alerts, if they could just speed up the entire process by like, I don't know, 300, 400 times. I mean, you can see things happen and it's like, okay, well, I guess got the alert. Oh, that was like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think they still use Chainlink for their Oracle. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure, but
And it's not like the alerts, like in the web UI. It's more of like the alerts on the back end when it sends out like JSON requests. You know what I'm saying?
but nah, I
Or, you know,
would definitely do a Trading View sponsorship, especially if it gave us if it gave the family discounts. I would do that for sure. Because at least there's no grimy kickbacks off people's losses like you get on these exchange referrals. That's so nasty. You come in and like, oh, I just got liquidated, and I'm like, was it on my referral? Did you get liquidated on my referral?
is that really a thing?
No, they get when those exchange referrals, you get paid off of transactions period, and you get a percentage of wins and losses. You get a percentage of the fees that they make off of the wins and the losses. So you could, let's say you're just in it for the money, right? You could spend all day teaching people how to trade and then send them on an exchange and teach them the safe way to do it and da 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 da, and spend 12 hours a day doing that. Or you could have a massive channel with 1 million viewers where you just send fresh sheep into leverage. And as they get wrecked, they leave, you get paid, and they get replaced by new people, and you just keep that meat grinder churning. So nasty,
Well,
bro. It's nasty work.
well, I see it, and like I make pretty good coin referring to myself. I mean, it's not a. I don't think I'm breaking the rules. Maybe I am.
Yeah. So it's kind of nasty. Like some of the bigger channels, and if you notice these bigger channels, right, they'll be like, "Oh, we have a free group," right? And then you go try to get in the free group, and they're like, "All right, to be in the free group, we need you to take our referral link to this exchange, deposit $500. We're gonna use it during the course. Don't worry, that's just your budget for the course." They're getting paid off of all that shit. And the thing is that like once that's your goal, then it just makes common sense to send people that don't know what they're doing to this. It's cheaper, faster, saves you more time, and makes you more money to do that.
Banter.
Yeah. The shoe fits.
Like I trade around like 4 mil every 2 weeks, and like my referral code for myself, I get paid about $500 on that, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not like I'm spending a whole bunch of money. I'm just making an assload of trades.
Yeah. Yeah, it's transaction volume. I guess it's a good way to hedge against some losses. At least you made a little something, even if you lost.
Right, right. I was feeling that yesterday, the day before. But it's crazy. I left a bunch of trades open that were crazy negative, and automation slowly gotten them back to, if not profitable, pretty darn close.
Yeah.
But I'm doing the same thing you do, Dbloc. It's just averaging in. If I'm in bad position, I just keep averaging until I average out of it. I know people say it's bad to do, but it's not like I've got crazy amount of money on this. Hopefully someday.
If you don't lose it, you'll make it.
Right,
That's
right.
really the simplest crypto rule you could ever learn. All you have to do is not lose it to make it.
Yeah, I had like I don't know, 40 or 50% drawdown. It was rough. I was like, oh my goodness, this is killing me.
Yeah, like my DMs are crazy about the merch already. I'll definitely do that. That's more maybe the top of the bull market. One of these like I survived the 2025 crypto bull market, and all I got was rich and this T-shirt.
And gotta hoodies. I have I gotta do a hoodie, man. If you're gonna do
Nah,
it, do a hoodie.
that's all I wear is hoodies. If I did anything but hoodies, I would be not being true to myself.
Good deal, yeah. Let me know when that comes out. I'm definitely buying. And that's just little payment back for all your help through the days or through the years.
It would be weird shit too that nobody else would understand except they were in the cipher. Like you just ran. It'd be like somebody said it the other day. Like it's a way to spot the cipher in the wild. Somebody's got a
W
shirt.
turned into an M.
Somebody's got a hoodie that says dip. You call this a dip? And you just die laughing and nobody else will have any idea what you're talking about.
The W turned into an M, and all I got was
Right.
yeah, for
Or
the 80% of us, right?
a Rockets hoodie.
You gotta get Drew's face on that if it happens,
Yeah, for sure.
or at least a caricature of Drew.
That's Drew's IP.
Dodolis is my mythical spirit animal.
Zeus's hoodie will just be like a black hoodie with a baguette on the front of it.
No,
It says au contraire.
he just gotta say that's bullshit TA, but it fits my plan.
Oh, that's right. That was his.
Sounded better when he said it.
The accent, man. Open mic would be funny.
On a stat max drawdown.
Could it be Bitcoin?
I've got to load up my soundboard, Lippy. That's just one of the. I just got lucky, and that's one of the random ones that was in Discord. But I've got some funny ones. I gotta get a stream deck so I could set that all up. Nah, if I ever don't get anything done, it's never because of laziness. Actually, the opposite. The overabundance of things that need to get done. One thing you guys have to remember about me, no matter how long I'm here, always gonna be a trader first.
I'm hoping I can get to that point. Right now, it's a salesman first, trading second.
That's good though. That's where the dry powder comes from.
That's it.
No, Lippy. The midweek reversal just leads us into the weekend trap. right? So it's usually Wednesday, Thursday changes direction that the week took, and then we go into Friday where we start to trap our longs and our shorts. So the biggest continuous move during the weekly for our cycle is that 3-day, right? After the false move, whether it's up or down. That's the nice long trade, right? That's like our nice long swing trade for the week.
Bitcoin's clenching her knuckles.
Don't forget to breathe. That's how we felt right here. Exactly how we felt here. And here.
Bitcoin appears to be posturing into an upward punch. I don't know, Bob. Looks like if liquidations come down a little bit more, I think Betty's just gonna give her a swing.
The 5 minutes should be getting close to that 200 EMA. This would be our vectors on the right side of our M. Right? Shows that market makers sanctioned both sides of the move. Your 13 cross, this is your candle of confirmation here. This is just to shift momentum bearish on the 5 minute, which we've done, you know, every time we've tested that 50 on the 15, it's been because we've lost bullish momentum on the 5 minute.
Price going down, dominance going up, man.
Yeah, it would feel a lot better if Dom wasn't flagging out. Yeah, diaries. That's why there's no need to get in front of it, right? If it's gonna break, there'll be signs. Trying to jump in front of these type of moves are really good at wearing your nerves out.
Is confirmation on the 5 minute chart?
Your confirmation on the 5 minute of your bearish momentum would be if this candle here closes without dragging the 13 back above the 50. Right? This red candle brought your 13 down. Now we wait for one candle of confirmation that this move is legit. But I just want to point at the choppiness that we've had, right? Every time we've done that, we have dropped, but it hasn't sustained. We end up hitting that 50 EMA on the 15 and popping back up.
Like a fake out.
Yeah. So as of now, chances are we're gonna get that confirmation on the 5, but on the 15, right, we still got some work to do here.
I almost wonder if it's going to build a pennant right here and then blast off again. It's crazy.
You could come down, take all of these liquidations down to the 200 and not break that 50 on the 15. But I said about making it cheap. Like, these guys here are bugging. Like, to have your liquidations there is crazy. Even if you assume that the pattern continues and that we don't break this 200, you're still putting yourself in the way of getting sniped. Right? These guys here got the right idea. They're playing the trend. Right? 200 hasn't broken. Let's hide behind the 200. These guys here just degening.
Yeah, at the same time, you don't see the people who were degenerate before because they got wiped out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To the left.
No, I'm breaking. I'm waiting to break the 15. The 50 on the 15-minute is done. This is the stronger trend here. So we start closing daily candles. So we start closing and opening candles underneath. Then I'm not tripping. Yeah, we're in the dead gap zone until Asia comes in. We're in between sessions. If market maker was the one keeping price up, right now's the bear's chance to make a move and sort of try to overwhelm the algo. Nah, Asia's the most neutral out of all the sessions. If anything, you could say UK has been abnormally bearish in recent memory. Except for maybe a couple of examples. Asia starts at 8:30, guys. Like 2 hours, 45 minutes. Nah, I don't know who UK been feeling like lately, but they haven't been shy about taking profits, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that this hasn't just taken those liquidations. Congrats, Lippy. Yeah, that's what the story's been, diaries. They've just been farming the bears here. Right, they make it look just bearish enough for people to start shorting. But at some point, you know, at the end of the day gotta end. Nah, that's dope. Studying abroad's gotta be crazy.
I study a lot of broads.
4. There's a decent chance when this finally breaks, it should accelerate pretty quickly. That SR flip was our original target, right? That would take you through 50% of that vector. Our psychological high is down at 103.3. So we could get a decent retracement. But remember, this is a 15-minute chart. Coming down to 102, there shouldn't be anything that should panic anybody. The problem is if we come down to 103, 104, and we pop up on dominance, your alts are going to feel it. Yeah, we could still hold at that SR flip at the daily open, 106 for sure. But I just assume that after holding the 50 for this long, if we break, even if we just make a pit stop at the 200, I think they come grab the rest of it. 800 EMA is really what I'm shooting for here. Right, the purple line here is our 800. Let me hold on, let me clean this up a little bit. Get rid of this box, and then we'll turn on our vectors. There we go. That's what we got in the way of vector gaps. So nice one sitting above, just trying to build that liquidity to go get it at this point. So our light gray zones here are our vector gaps, and whether they be small or big. Aztec, what's going on, brother? We have 171 viewers and only 38 likes, guys. Let's slap that like button before YouTube thinks you don't mess with the channel and they stop promoting it.
And they feel like it's so hard to read right now because it could just be in another like consolidation, right? Like we were at like the beginning of the day or the beginning of the 24th, you know?
Yeah. Right now, to simplify it, if we stay above the 50, we're going to that vector above us, 1087, 1089 target. If we break the 50, we're coming at the very least down to 106, more likely 1048.
Yeah, if you kind of look on the run up, the initial run up, they somewhat set the 618 and the 0.5. Those are our two little rejection points before we continued on.
Yeah. Yeah, 5 minutes still holding up. But so let's make Dbloc rich. I'm definitely not getting rich off the YouTube channel, but I do want it to get out to as many eyes as possible. No, I guess, yeah, that's true. 5 million subs is crazy. Imagine having to answer 15,000 times a day what a vector candle is, because you got 5 million subs. I appreciate it, Aztec. I'll be right back, y'all.
What's up, everybody?
We were just talking about Jesus.
Really? I was
Yeah.
game in a red.
Yeah, we were thinking about what your hoodie would look like that you designed. We came up with a black hoodie with a baguette in the front of it.
Let me Google hoodie. I'm not sure what it means. You know, I'm not native. I'm English, so.
It's a
Oh, it's like a T-shirt.
sweatshirt with the
Sweet.
hood. A sweatshirt with the hood.
Oh. One Bitcoin equal one Bitcoin. That's what I would write there.
I don't know who said it, but I liked whoever said open trade.
Au contraire. But yeah, no, seriously, one Bitcoin is one Bitcoin. Whether we're at 20K, 40K, 60K, 80K, 100K, it doesn't really matter. The idea of Bitcoin is to hedge a bit against, well, other stuff. It's important to keep some. So I think for the bear market, which if it starts here, we'll probably find support a bit below 50K anyway. I don't think I'm gonna fully exit. I think I'll keep a bit. Some dust, at least. I don't know, yeah. Well, a bit more than some, maybe 10%. No, isn't that stupid to keep like 10, 20%? Even though you're expecting a bear market, just in case, well, yeah, just in case it's smaller than expected, or I don't know, or just in case there is no bear market. Or just in case it becomes like gold and bear market's only like 30% down.
I like the way you're speaking, sort of.
I mean, you know, it's something we discussed with Dbloc 1 year or 2 years ago already, and I think he said that some people do that. They keep like a little bit, even though they think it's just gonna go down 90%. I think I'll be of those, because I don't want like I don't. I know it's stupid, but it's a bit a game for me. You know, I'm not trading seriously to make money or anything. Although that's the side effect of it, but like it's not my job, right? I'm not a professional trader or anything, so it's here to have some fun. It's a passion.
My Bitcoin block that I own was back from 2016. Ha ha ha.
Really?
No, but I'm just saying. No, those Bitcoins have been bought and sold way too many times.
Bitcoin will probably still be here even in 10, 20 years. No, like it might be something of the past eventually, but you'll still be able to trade it and all. What they call it post-scarcity, right? In a post-scarcity civilization, money isn't the same thing as today. It's like if we have robots making stuff, eventually it's going to become so cheap that everything will be plentiful and available. Especially if you like get resources from outer space and all. Oh, you want gold? I'll divert an asteroid and bring you gold. What's the cost of that? You know, if it's AI driven and all, then the cost will be like close to zero. If it's just robots and AI. I guess AI will command the robot to like duplicate and go do whatever is needed for everything to be plentiful. And if nothing is scarce, then money loses its point, no? At which point Bitcoin might be at zero. But we'll still be able to trade it.
You gotta think of like the Star Trek economy, where money had no value. It's the basic same idea you're speaking of.
Yeah, I guess that's where I got it from, right? I watched all those movies and all. And it's funny, but we don't invent much. We just copy, right? We're good at replicating and imitating, right?
Yeah,
I
well,
see something, I'm able to replicate it, to do the same thing, right? So yeah, it's probably where I'm getting those brainwashed ideas from.
All our replicants, all our boards.
But that's like 25th century, no Star Trek.
Well, so if I could train AI to make replicants of Bitcoin, right? Then I'd be rich.
But only if other people wish it. Bitcoin's value is really what the next guy after you is willing to put. Like, it's nothing else than that. If tomorrow we all decide that Bitcoin is useless, it has no value. Now, what's the likelihood of that happening? Well, close to zero, honestly, but who knows? Maybe they'll ban it completely. Maybe they'll hunt the miners, and maybe we'll bomb. It's gonna create wars, man. If Bitcoin really becomes the main currency of the world, we're gonna fight for it. The same way we fight for having the petrodollar dominate, we'll fight for Bitcoin. The whales will be literally, they'll buy armies to fight each another.
Well, that's only the financially educated will do that.
I hope I'm wrong. But you know, when something has a lot of value, governments are interested in owning it, right? And right now we're hearing Trump do a strategic reserve, so America wants Bitcoin. So
Institutions are going to try to snatch it up first and then sell it to the government.
Oh no, Zusi.
hello, I think we're gonna send Michael Saylor to prison
What the hell?
and get his
Hold on,
get
I'm
his
gonna try
Bitcoin.
that. I'm gonna try that again. Let's rewind that for a minute. Hey, what's going on, Zusi?
All good?
Nice, nice, nice. What are you guys up to?
But not much. Watching Bitcoin nicely climb to 108, and now I guess getting a bit rejected there, but it's not.
Heard you guys
Ah,
plotting on starting a new Bitcoin without me, huh?
We were
yes.
talking about the future.
I wasn't trying to start a new Bitcoin so much as just make a replicant of Bitcoin that would hold its value, right?
You'd have to replicate the demand. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like Zusi said,
Yeah,
like
so you can drop that idea down pretty quick.
Told you I got a great idea for a coin.
yeah, the price of something is what the last person paid for Bitcoin. The value of it is what the next person's willing to pay. price that we're looking at right now is what the last person paid.
Yeah, supply and demand.
Yeah. It all comes down to the tape.
Imagine if everybody had a wallet on the planet and they all had the death token, and basically every single time somebody dies, their death token gets redistributed, or at least a percentage of their income gets redistributed to everybody else who has death token. And so
I feel like
basically, you could have
that's
wealthy
like
people.
sorry.
Yeah, just imagine you have wealthy people.
You wouldn't be able to implement that.
That already exists, right? It's called a tax.
Let him
In
cook.
French,
Let him
it's
cook before you shut it down. Maybe he's come to. Maybe he's got an answer for it.
Yeah, my thought here is though, if you talk of these billionaires on the planet that have ridiculous amount of money that they'll never be able to spend, don't redistribute it through your family. Redistribute it through everyone. You just got to sign up for the program.
Yeah, but then what would be the point of making billions of dollars, right?
The only
It's
problem with that
redistributed.
plan is that it rests on billionaires deciding to voluntarily redistribute their wealth.
no, it's just a political law, right?
How about a financial institution that uses that business model for their clients?
I feel
And
like that was
then,
sort of
as the assets you purchase over time and make gains, then that system would be applied to your clients who
they sort of like made a movie
sign
about
up to
this.
that.
It was called In Time, where they had like their time left on their arms.
Yeah, and rich
Yeah,
people would buy time from poor people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which I thought was actually a pretty decent like kind of
it's a metaphor for how
metaphor.
things work now. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, and I believe, if I remember correctly, there weren't a lot of like people in the rich sector that were really down to just pass on that time. I think that's kind of how it is now, right?
When you go to work
Not
per
to say
hour,
not
you're selling your time to rich people.
right.
The more time that you sell them, the more time they have to go spend with their family, go on vacation, whatever. But even to the longevity point, right? You have a certain amount of money, you have access to certain, healthcare, and yeah, you are literally buying time.
Yeah, that's the insurance game, right? It's like you're betting against yourself, or you're hedging against yourself and your health going in a direction. Uh, Other people that are investing in that insurance top are hedging against, or are betting against your decision making on when your health is going to fall out, right? Maybe that's a bit of an oversimplification, but
Yeah, Circle's
Well,
looking good. Good as in bad, meaning as in looks like it wants to give us some better entries.
with Bitcoin pumping, stablecoin market cap is dumping, so Circle is dumping. No?
I looked into what you were saying yesterday, Zusi, because I didn't have a good answer for you. And 96% of Circle's revenue comes from the bonds.
I knew it.
Yeah.
That's going to. It's gonna bring crypto down. That company is a bad thing for crypto.
Well, what it means is there's a way to trade it, right? As rates get cut and we start getting towards the explosive part of the bull market.
And Circle is about to dip. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It
that
was my
idea
thought honestly,
of
but
it being sort of recession proof, we can throw that out the window. But that does give something good to short. That does give
so
I
something good
figured
to
we
sort
were
short.
of
too bullish on it.
you could sort of
You wanna
use Circle as a hedge against, or
It's. I
a
think.
hedge in a buyer's market for Bitcoin, right? So like, uh, or maybe I'm thinking backwards. But like you could short Circle while Bitcoin's pumping, and then long circle while Bitcoin's
No,
dumping.
circle.
Yeah.
No, as long as rates are high, Circle will do well. With every rate cut, Circle's revenue is going to go down. So if the volume of stables doesn't increase to counteract that, which is hard because it's only 3% comes from transactions. If that doesn't counteract what they're losing, then the price of the stock it'll be repriced lower. Right? So what it is you want to get in under high rate environments. Right now the move that it's having is just it's speculative, right? They're trying to find a decent price for it. But once it's mature and it starts running, we should see it cycle right alongside with Bitcoin. It might be a good hedge when rates are high. Right? When rates are high and people aren't necessarily risking, Circle will do well.
So you could use it as a hedge against the rate cuts itself, right?
Yeah.
Sort of like that way you're lowering your risk as you get closer to when those rate cuts might happen, and then kind of padding yourself as rate cuts do happen for what.
Yeah, it would
What's next to
be
come?
cycling in
Right.
and out of risk assets, right? Cycling into Circle when risk appetite is low, and cycling into alts when money's cheap. We're getting our first candle close, or our first candle open, I should say, at the 50. We've got 12 minutes. If this candle closes underneath the 50, it'll be our first body close.
Why am I not worried at all?
You
It's
shouldn't be.
scary when you're
Even
not
if you
worried.
shouldn't be. Even if you get the retrace, there's nothing to worry about. But we were just at 97K.
What if it's all wrong and then we go down to put on a low below 98 and then go up to all-time
Then
highs?
we hit my stop losses and we swing at another fallen knife.
Another
Also,
round trip, yeah.
Yeah.
I have I think I drew some fib circles earlier. I don't, even if we dump down like all the way down towards the 90,000s, I get the feeling it would be a higher that we'd be making. So it'd be closer to 99, somewhere between 99.2 and 99.6, depending on how long it takes us to get there. That's just what I'm seeing. But would still give us a good second entry without maybe dumping down, sub our current low, right? Or yeah,
New all-time
what?
highs is more likely because it's closer, right? Just in percentage, we're closer to new
I'll
all-time
be
highs.
honest with you guys. The only
New
thing that
lows.
matters right now are liquidations. Liquidations and buy orders and sell orders. I don't think there's a fib line on the chart that's going to stop
But
price if
Dbloc, we're
there's
getting paid to
liquidations to
stay
get
long.
taken. Yeah.
We're getting
Yeah.
we're getting paid to stay long, so
And 90. So liquidations wise, I see some from 98 down to 97.6. But there is that kind of one right there above 99.2 that I'm seeing. And it's a big gap between there and the next. So
You saw how hard it was for us to break this 50, which is no real technical support, right? It's just the average of the last 50 candles.
Mm.
How much harder do you think it's going to be to cut through all of these high volume nodes that we've built on the way down?
and
it's
it's
good.
Like we're
that's
struggling
just
to drop right now and we're in a volume gap and we're still
yeah.
struggling to drop. Something has to affect the will. Like I said, we don't come back into this range, in my opinion, we don't come back into this range without sentiment changing, right? Underneath this line, we're at war. World War III, the world is over. This is what Bitcoin is worth. With the peace talks, everybody feeling better, you see the repricing of Bitcoin, right? Once this retraces, and it will, to grab these liquidations, for it to come lower, you have to get sentiment sort of equal to where it was here, which means either the war kicks back up or Trump comes out and says something crazy about the tariffs, which we're expecting, right? From the 1st to the 9th is the end of that 90-day pause. I'm not saying it's not possible, but something has to happen to change current sentiment for that to happen. There's just and just structurally, there's just too much support built.
And Trump's been
It's
pretty good about like kind of telegraphing before things happen.
Yeah, I would
Could
expect
have
to hear something before the date.
a
I would
more
expect to hear some
yeah.
sort of clue of where he's leaning, anyways, before we get to that point.
well,
Yeah.
I think what needs to happen is a bit technical. We need the answer to this resistance, so we need to get to it and get the fill the orders there, and then see what happens.
That's what I'm saying. It's like less
And
predicting, more reacting, because there's just so much between here and 90, and so much between here and 125. Like, when the only
Yeah, but
thing that truly matters is our local sort of price action here.
yeah, it's 109. I think the important level is 109, somewhere there. It's the downtrend. Bitcoin is still in a downtrend, even with this pump.
I've
You
been
get a lower low, and you're expecting a lower high, and that lower high
right.
could very well be around 109, 109.5, somewhere there. And here it
And
could be here too, right? But nah.
I've been watching the 30-minute. You guys watch minute, and I see why you watch that with all dips into the 50. On the 30-minute, we've had only let's see, 1, 2, 3, like maybe I think 4 touches in total on into the cloud, the top of the cloud. And right now, even though we're touching or we've closed below the 50 on the 50 EMA on the 15-minute, we're not even touching into the top of the cloud. So that's got me feeling a bit bullish here as well. That it would take, I think, a bit or a good bit more downward first to really
I mean, there's
change.
still room.
I'll be right
You
back.
mean
Give me a
that there's
second.
still room, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've got room. It like maybe if we close below the 50 on the 15 and we start to see like a little bit of a dump, that would threaten the trend on the. But I mean, the 30-minute, it's been in a solid uptrend. That blue vector candle, that big blue vector candle. Um, so it's just zooming out a bit, like has kind of kept me pretty bullish here, for the whole time. I mean, the cloud is getting a little smaller, right? So it's like once you get in that cloud on the 30-minute, it's a distance you have to cover, but it's still hanging out pretty far below. I mean, at least like we've got, you'd have to be touching pretty much 107 in top of this cloud, and every time it's done that on the 30-minute, it's gone straight back up. It's like dipped in, broken structure for a second, but not broken structure enough to touch the 50 itself. So
To break structure here, you need to put a lower low below 106 670 on like the 5-minute or 15-minute time frame, right? Like if we go back down to support, because yeah, that's the SR flip now, 106.5 previous interesting area, you know,
and
didn't
if we did
really
that, we
reject, but
would be below the 50 on the 30-minute, right? So like
yeah, a little bit, yeah,
that
but
would
well,
that
by
would
like half
be
a
a more
percent.
clear, you know what I mean? And like that would give me more clear confluence that we are, going to take a little bit of a dip at least, right? Um,
No,
but
I'd expect upward reversal personally. But
right. All right. Well, I
still put
should
the
say if
lower
we
low.
close below 50 and then the next candle didn't immediately, pivot, right?
Yeah.
Um, and even so, you know, we could also just end up doing what we're doing anyways on the 15, which is like dip down under and then pop right back up.
Have you seen Nasdaq?
No, it's
Yesterday
not.
I watched it the whole evening and it didn't give me that new all-time high. I just wanted to shout champagne and rockets and whatever. It's a short entry, by the way, but potentially it's a short entry here, right? Because we just go popping into price discovery and all. But Nasdaq made new all-time highs today, and I think that's worth mentioning, and it's worth popping some champagne for anybody trading the index, yeah. And definitely time to think about TPing, in my opinion, but that's just personal. We could
Do you
pump, we could
out of
pump another
curiosity,
20% or 10%, but still, it had a nice recovery.
do you play like how do you trade? Do you trade the indices as like options? Like how does the trade with the indices stocks out of
Last,
curiosity?
well, in France, I traded through an ETF that's synthetically follows American stock markets.
So have you found when doing that, when trading synthetic representation, do
It's not as
you
good as the
find
real
yourself
chart.
getting, yeah, you don't get the full move most of the
No,
time, or
no,
there's some
no. But the
lag there?
advantage is about taxes, and it's about
Mm.
taxes in the end.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, fair enough.
they synthetically replicate American stocks using French stocks so that you can have them in your 401k. Basically, we have like the same as
Ah,
401k in France, but you can only put French stocks in it. So they created
right.
these synthetic tools that enable you to put foreign stocks through, like, behind it. They're not buying Nasdaq. Like in theory, I mean, I don't know in practice what they do, but
Mm.
they're using French stocks to replicate Nasdaq's price move. Interesting
Huh. Yeah.
products.
They always wondered how it worked outside of the U.S. I mean, I barely know here. But I eventually would probably like to move.
I mean, I
Live
could just buy Nasdaq, but then it's 30% tax on gains and on. I guess it's the same in the end because what you don't, well, the tax cut you get by doing it in the 401k, you kind of lose it through the performance and the fees of those products. But nah,
yeah.
it's
You
still
guys,
better.
you guys have like Roth IRAs or anything like that, or went to a Roth IRA in France?
I'm not sure what it is, so I can't answer.
So Roth IRA is basically a retirement fund here, and 401k is similar, but that's so a lot of times jobs will offer you a 401k, and I think it's if you leave the job, a lot of times you can roll that over into Roth IRA, so it's like a personal retirement account. Uh, it's supposed to be good for accumulation. Um, using I think it's the rule of 32. Someone correct me if I'm
Oh
wrong.
yeah, of course we have the same stuff. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
usually
yeah, yeah.
companies who open those accounts, and then when you leave the company, they give you the keys, and usually the fees are so high that you don't make any money on those thingies. But I mean,
Well,
it's like
so
for retirement, so it's like for in 20 years, in 10 years. So
right. The Roth IRA, you're not supposed to like you pay taxes if you touch it before
yeah,
like
yeah,
the
exactly. Yeah.
60 or whatever. Yeah.
Hold on. So in a Roth IRA, you pay the taxes up front. But when you pull the money out, you don't have to pay taxes on that money that you earned or taking money out of it. Again, you get taxed on it only if you take it out before the age of 65. Now, in a
Right.
traditional IRA, you what do you call it? You don't pay taxes while putting the money in. So the money going in is tax free. But when you pull the money out, you get taxed on it.
Right. Yes, thank you. That's yeah. I forgot it's that you do pay the taxes up front. That's sort of the game, right? It's like you're betting that your taxes and that your taxes up front are going to be less than what your taxes are going to be on the other end when you're going to pull it out, or if you to pull it out early, right? Versus getting a regular IRA where taxes, right? If that's, I think that's how that math works.
Yeah,
Um,
the idea here is that yes, do you expect to pay more taxes later on? As in, do you think your redistribution that you're forced to take is going to be at a lower tax rate or a higher tax rate? If you believe it's going to be at a higher tax rate, then the Roth is a better deal. The traditional is better if you believe you'll actually pull less money out of your account and you'll be taxed less because we live on a sliding scale of taxes. You know what I'm saying? Depending on how much money you pull out, determines what your tax rate is.
Now, all that being said, I still think from everything I can see now, Bitcoin is probably going to beat the average Roth IRA, especially if you're not actively contributing to it along the way and accumulating in that sense. But um, but I mean that's to be seen, right? Like Roth IRAs have been around for. They are one of the, if not like one of the better, if not one of the best uh, retirement fund type um, programs I think that are out there. But if Bitcoin continues to exist, right, into the time that um, I'd be looking to retire, right, it's I still think Bitcoin will beat that, but we got to see kind of.
I've got a little bit different perspective on it. Like I have my 401k. That is my retirement money. You know what I'm saying? Like no matter what happens in the crypto market, I will still have my retirement. Now, it doesn't mean I don't put money into Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? I put money in Bitcoin that is more of the it's a much riskier asset is what I'm trying to say. You get it?
Yeah. So
All right, I'm
and
back, y'all.
to clarify my reasoning for Bitcoin over a traditional 1K or um, even my Roth IRA is that I've not had enough jobs to sustain a commute time. That would make sense for me. So this is sort of my way of uh, producing similar, if not better, without that traditional financial structure that many jobs do provide. Right.
We're breaking that 50, y'all.
Aptos or link?
Heads up.
Yeah, we'll see if we can break 1065. But Aptos or link? Hard question, right? One is cheaper.
Aptos and Say are both in the running for that Wyoming blockchain decision, right? Say went absolutely crazy. Aptos just stood still.
Oh, you mean it made a new bear market bottom? Right.
So at least in that situation, it seems like Say is preferred. But now you have to put Aptos next to Chainlink. Chainlink is also sat still for the longest. One thing I need everybody to understand about Chainlink, if banks do have their own stables, and they will, they've been given the okay to already. When banks drop their own stables, they will all be using Chainlink or CCIP. So the question is, does that get priced in within this bull market? Right? If it doesn't get priced in during this bull market, then your money's better somewhere else. If it does get priced in towards the end of this bull market, Chainlink is going to go crazy.
Thank you, sir. I'll do a bit of research on supply, like they have token and Nox or
Just one more quick note on Roth IRAs and 401ks. It used to be that you could, when you reach 50 years old, you could do catch-up contributions. so you could escape more taxes, pay less taxes. That's the total goal of everything, right? They actually changed the rules starting next year that if you make over 145K in the previous year, you can no longer do the catch-up contributions directly to your 401k, but you need to do it to your Roth 401k instead, or Roth IRA instead.
So essentially, they're shifting so that those catch-up contributions can only be done if you don't pull out your money for X amount of time, right?
Well, the idea is that they're collecting the tax money right away instead of collecting it when you exit, because the Roth is taxed, before entry. So basically, if you're going to put away whatever the 10K it is they allow, you have to pay taxes on that 10K. So the government's getting the money up front instead of getting it later, which just means that they're hard up for cash.
Yep. I remember after COVID, the city of Miami was giving jaywalking tickets, dog without a leash tickets, every ticket that you could possibly imagine. You could just tell they were hard up for cash.
$1984 George Orwell tickets. Don't even think about it. Now it's a ticket to the technocracy.
So we have, from this 30-minute perspective, we have dipped into the top of the cloud again, but just leaving a big old wick for now. We'll see where it closes. Right?
Let's try not confuse people with different time frames right now.
Up to you.
I mean, I'm not saying don't watch it. It's just let's follow what's happening on the 15-minute for YouTube.
Yeah, copy that.
Well, dominance has like a double top, no, here. Tomorrow is Thursday, and if people expect a bit of a bullish weekend, you could get a bit of a Thursday alt push, no, or Friday, or maybe, well, it's usually Thursday or Friday. Or...
How many times are we going to expect the bullish weekend just to run flat?
Not on Bitcoin, on dominance.
Oh,
On alts, right?
dominance is, who knows, bro. Dominance is anybody's guess.
Well, it's high.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy and flagging out and breaking out of its flag that it put in at resistance with nothing but like one dead cat bounce between it and bull market highs. Nastiness, bro. Remember this part? We started curling over. We're like, we love this. And quickly turned to we hate this.
Yeah, no trend change yet. But all it's gonna do is drop below 65.5 and you could be in for a nice retrace. Like to 61%, yeah.
When we look at the 4 hour, the problem is obvious here, right? We had this uptrend that held us up the entire bull market, respected the hell out of it, broke it, got excited because we broke it, right? But
That's just XRP, right?
not only did it, and people are like, well, it hasn't reclaimed the trend. Like, it doesn't matter if it reclaimed the trend. It's higher than it was when we broke the trend. So
Actually, it reclaimed it. It's now above.
well, no, people would say that this is the trend, and as long as it doesn't pop back
Oh,
over,
no.
but yeah, no.
No, zoom out and pulled the trend since 39%, and we're still there.
Excuse me.
No, if you drove it since 39%, it's above it still. Just we had the XRP anomaly, basically. That's all. In November of last year, right? I think that's the XRP or ETH anomaly. Damn, XRP lovers are gonna hate me. I call their coin an anomaly.
Mm. XRP guys are usually mad just as default. Unless you're an XRP holder.
But yeah, that's when XRP broke out, right? That
They
dropped
said it
when
wasn't going
dominance.
under $2.
I think it's when XRP did like 5x up or 6x up. Yeah, it went from 50 cents to $3. And it brought dominance down significantly. I mean, we see it on the dominance chart.
Yeah. Yeah, it's where that trend broke.
So we need more anomalies like that. We need, I don't know, Cardano to break out, ETH to break out. These coins, they all manage what XRP managed in the chart, and you're gonna see dominance back at like 48% easily. You know?
Once we confirm this bearish momentum on the 15-minute, we'll go take a look at some alts and their BTC pairs, see where everything is sitting. We should be at that 200 EMA on the 5-minute. Close to it anyways. Yeah. So you can boil it down to this. If it doesn't hold its 200 here, then it's not going to hold its 50 on. Right, we're going to get that bearish confirmation candle that we're looking for on the 15. I'm more bearish there. I'm more bearish and I'm 80% in this position. But it's because we're at a decision-making point here.
Nasdaq finally gave that new all-time high today. And it's still sitting at the all-time high, by the way, so...
Rockets, rockets, rockets.
Yeah, and we have a big gap up on Monday. Tuesday gives you the all-time high. Wednesday gives you the all-time high. On Tuesday we gap up. Wednesday all-time high. We're supposed to reverse for 2 days now? Close that gap. Yeah, it's midweek reversal timing, right?
Yep. That's what we're looking for. It's the same as if we had a false move and we still had half of the day to find that top. Like midweek reversal, but we still have time for them to keep pushing. And the trend is your friend to the end. And right now, the trend has not confirmed shifted on the 15-minute just yet.
It'll put a lower low at 106.5 and bounce up again now.
And this should get easily pop back up. And as long as the 13 doesn't cross, you haven't lost bearish momentum on the 15. Yeah, and right now it's nowhere near, and we're putting in a doji down at the bottom of this.
Oh, we can't even go down to the previous low, right? For now. Yeah.
Hasn't been easy to drop, and it's not very easy to get people to sell their Bitcoin right now, apparently.
You know that on Binance, in the end, since 4 p.m. UTC, more people sold than bought on aggressive orders. It's crazy. We've got CVD back at 0. Well, barely.
Yeah.
Well, at 100. They bought the top exactly at 108. Like massive buys up there. 300 Bitcoin, 400 Bitcoin market buys at 108, and then they sold like hell the bottom, massive sells at 106.5, well 106.7. That's typical stuff. They've been trading bad today. It's just the flow, but order flow is bullish here. Like, yeah, it's just bullish order flow, but in balance, balanced bullish order flow, yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And in the order book, the sell wall isn't big, but I'm sure there's much more there than what is shown. But that 109 level, it's 120 Bitcoin. That's all. Like, it's a small level in the order book.
Now this is, look at the walls we have above us here. Significant amount of
120
Bitcoin.
around 109, no? Or just here, you mean?
1083, 360, 1088, 500, 1089, 563, 109, 373. That 109 is where that grid is, where I said that wall is meant to stop price. Opened at the same exact time, staggered the same amount of percentages away from each other. Chances of that being multiple people aren't very big.
Could you look at well, a bit
Down, up,
lower and higher? I mean, can we look? Yeah, exactly like that.
110.
Yeah,
110's the wall that's been there from, been there forever.
And the bottom is 95 now, no?
Underneath there isn't much of anything, no.
Oh, they canceled it? Oh,
Yeah.
that yellow got canceled?
Moved higher. Yeah, that was at 90. Where was it? That was at 103.
Okay. How about 120? Do you see 120?
Not a whole hell of a lot.
Really?
Yeah, there's some orders. There's some single orders, which is great. Seeing 2 orders at 222 tells me that somebody bought 2 Bitcoin down at 15K. Like, that's how I like to look at it, right? They bought two Bitcoin down at 15K. They set their sell order at 222, and they've just been chilling. Looks like market maker's gonna do it again. Really just comes down to volume,
triangle.
If you wanted to pattern it out wick to wick.
No, I'm tired of symmetrical.
No, I'm tired of it too. You wanna? I already tried talking to the market maker. You could call him and give it a shot, but
That's not what I want.
When the sentiment is 50-50, little asshole just tends to draw out symmetricals.
You could draw an ascending. It needs
you could make it
down.
whatever you want, but for the most part, that's the overall.
So what does Elliot say for what's up next year?
You gotta go talk to Elliot about that one.
We had someone yesterday who said he was pretty well, he had a lot of knowledge on Elliot. I'd like his opinion on what this ABC changed.
Seth, I don't have any screenshots because everything's been moving real time. But if you need me to look at anything, I'll take a look at it. Let me know what alt you want. We're just kind of drilled in on Bitcoin and dominance right now because no matter what alt you're holding, it's going to depend on what happens here. But when we start retracing through these liquidations, once we pick a direction and get going for a while, I'm going to go through some alts. We'll dig in deeper. Remember, the challenge of all alts right now are to get back above their 50 EMA on a daily, right? That's the overall weekly challenge that we had for the alts. So we'll go and check on them in a minute and see how close they've come and what's sort of lagging behind what. That's just a symmetrical. We're forming
Can you
Big C.
smell what the block is cooking?
This means it's 50-50. I was just showing Zeusy something.
I know symmetrical during an uptrend is not 50-50, is it?
Well,
It's more likely to break upward.
if you count the move up off an impulsive move, then yes, slightly favors continuation. But even though we've been grinding up, this whole thing feels like we're going sideways. I almost wish I could rotate the chart 45 degrees.
The timing for World War III was so wrong. They should come up with this during the bear, not during a bull market, because price just
Listen,
goes
this
back
shit,
up. It's not effective.
unfortunately for everybody in the region, this isn't over. It's just pushed forward. The same way it's been pushed forward for the past 50 years. You come right to the edge, you stare into the hole, and then you remember why we're not supposed to be that close to the edge, and then everybody backs up for a bit.
Imagine this happened at 15K. Or, you know, at 30K, like when we were in the bear.
Seth, you can go to charts. If there's any chart you want to share, you can go to charts. But if you want, I can open up an alt chart. But there's always people posting in charts. Actually, hold on. Let's go in there. I haven't been in there for a minute. Where did the chart channel go? Am I just not seeing it?
Oh, little side note. One of my stocks today that I was holding without a stop loss dropped 38%.
That's not good.
No. You know what I did? I put more.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's risky stuff. But overall, it's not... it's just one stock. But still, yeah, stop losses are useful on spot too, you know, and not using them just because it's spot is a mistake.
Yeah, right now everybody's posting their charts in TA. I'm gonna open up a new channel though. And name it altcoin charts. That way it doesn't get flooded with all the Bitcoin stuff.
I'm gonna draw a chart in crayon.
Right, that US strategic altcoin narrative coins, the list that you had done by a while ago now, is it still like it's doesn't it need a bit of an update now, or is it still is it still like roughly the same coins that are potentially gonna be included in the strategic altcoin reserve?
Is what you said?
You know, like 2 years ago or a year ago, you had done a list of alts that could maybe
Yeah.
be more like American alts. I was wondering if it was up to date because I just found it and opened it. And we had like XRP, Sol, Cardano,
I mean,
Hype.
I haven't. If
Hype hasn't
anything, I would be removing stuff off the list. I don't think there's anything that isn't on there. But you know, until we get that tax bill, so that big beautiful bill that they keep promising, right? What's rumored to be in that tax bill are capital gains breaks for U.S. companies, right? Or capital gains exemptions for U.S. companies. The reason we're excited about that is because that also counts for crypto companies. So that's why we're looking at that list of American companies, just in case that bill comes out and there is some sort of break, then those coins are going to fly.
Wait,
And
does that
then
mean
also
that
the chance of them having that altcoin strategic reserve or whatever they called it, fund or whatever they called it. But we still don't know exactly what's going to get in there. I imagine there'll be all American coins though, or all American companies. I hate calling them American coins. That's not what we're supposed to be doing here.
you're scaring me because you're telling me that if that bill passes, Michael Saylor could exit the market and not pay any tax?
What it's going to mean is that any investment in coins that
Yeah,
have
no
capital
plan to exit.
gains breaks, it's like automatic ROI that you're not getting somewhere else, right? It's like automatic X's versus being in another project. If you're
No,
American.
tax is an incentive to TP though.
If you're American. It could be for some people, yeah. Teds, it depends on what you want to get into, right? If you want to like more psychology, it would be like trading in the zone, something like that. If you want to get more technical, depending on how far along you are on your TA, I would start at the Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns, Bulkowski's book. It's my Bible. And then from there, you could go into different liquidity books. There's a lot of good Forex books when it comes to liquidity. But you wanna cover the masters first. That's another thing that's coming to the Discord is a library. I want to try to get as many sort of free PDFs as I can for some of the the better reads, sort of the must reads. And then especially during the bear market, right? Like we could do it on some book club shit where every week there's another read and then we'll sit and we'll talk about it and we'll go to the next book. We'll run through all the masters. Discord's where we're all at right now. You said what's this? What Discord or what's Discord? Discord is like a Telegram or like a WeChat. You don't? All right. That's cool. What I'll do is during that time I'll just post links in the YouTube. So even if you're not in Discord, you'll be able to sort of follow along.
I'll do a narrative read of The Richest Man in Babylon.
Lippy, what do you mean you don't have access to? You're in the Discord and you can't see anything, or you don't have access to Discord in general? Good luck, diaries. Don't bet the dry powder. Okay, go to Lippy, go to where it says verify. Make sure that you click on verify and you hit that little check there. You probably just didn't verify yet, so the Discord isn't completely open. Yeah, gambler. And you still can't see anything? Hold on, let me check to see what roles you have. Your Discord name is the same? Oh, it works? Alright, bet. Yeah, if anybody's in the Discord and can't see any of the channels, just make sure you go to verify. Sometimes people double click it and it like clicks the emoji and then unclicks it. Yeah. Everything right now that you see when you come in on the free side, for the most part, is about 85% of the Discord. There's still some that's behind that's getting worked on. But as we go into the paid version, everything will be behind the paywall. When you come in on the free section, you'll have a voice chat, a text chat, and some educational materials. But to get into the YouTube voice chat, to get into some of the trading rooms, to get into the library, some of the other stuff we're doing, you'll have to have your Cypher family role. Hopefully that'll be enough to keep the group. What I'm trying to do is keep the group small enough to where it's just the people who really want to be there and learn, because if not, it's going to be impossible to do something like a book club or any, it's just.
Where
All
all
right,
the
cool.
freaky shit happens.
$13 still hasn't crossed the 50, but our 5 EMA is now crossed. Right, so price is trending below the 50.
G'day, Dbloc.
What's going on, Fly?
Ah, man, it's all good. It's all good. Good to hear from you again.
What are you up to, chilling?
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I've been keeping busy. I'm happy.
Nice, nice, nice.
Anyway, I just wanted to say good morning from Australia. I'm going to jump back into the trading floor.
Top of
Some
the morning.
shenanigans. I'll be back.
Yep. Seth, by the way it's looking right now, it'll come down to 104 clear liquidations before it makes that move. You have a chance of it stopping at 106, but I think once we break structure, sentiment changes a bit, it'll be easy for them to come get these liquidations. I'm still in a long position right now, right? I'm waiting for my confirmation that momentum is shifted here. But I am getting ready to take some profits and just assume that we don't get the full measured move to 1088. Excuse me. But the trend is your friend till the end, right? And we've been respecting this 50 EMA on the 15 this entire time, so I've got to wait for that confirmation. This will be the first time that our 13 EMA crosses the 50 in this entire run. Remember we were talking about earlier, it's all dependent on the 5-minute break into 200. So if this, then that. And I'm out. I mean, like I said, it's cost benefit analysis, right? Remember, market maker if there's no volume, then you're expecting for market maker to back up these moves. If market maker is going to back up these moves, what's the cheaper ride? Right? What's the biggest payday? The biggest payday right now is to the downside. Right? All these liquidations attempt to clear this vector. There's money to be made to the top side, right? But you've got to fight momentum. Right? We've already put in a high, put in a lower high. Once we put in a lower low, then you've got your first downtrend here. But you've got to make them prove it. A lot of people have died on the hill of this M pattern, right? Since Monday. If you're a strict pattern guy and you say this is an M, I'm shorting it. Cool. But without confirmation of momentum shift, what makes this M different than this M that just held and kept going? Or different than this M that just held and kept going? Or this one that did the same exact thing? You know, so you really have to be more of a Swiss Army knife type of trader. You got to use all your tools. But you're right, though. Like, each one of these were. The problem isn't seeing the M, right? The problem is trying to jump in front of the confirmation, right? We get that little feeling like, nah, if it's an M, it's going to play out. I know it's going to play out. I have a way better entry if I get in now, right? So it's all about what you do with the info. But noticing that it's an M pattern is important. But these guys right here that got in and front ran the break, they regretted it, right? These guys here that were like, oh, this is definitely going to come back in M pattern, they regretted it. Another regret here. Another one here. Yeah, psychological high brings us down. If we tap psychological high, we'll clear that vector. This support here is strong though. So I don't expect it to go all the way to cyclo. We've got a huge range. Previous history, patterns, all of that tells us what could happen, right? That gives us the road. All right, we know we got a 3 mile road here. We know we got a 3% possibility of a drop here. But your liquidity, your buy orders, your support and resistance, those are like your obstacles in the road, right? You could have a paved road for 3 miles, but if a tree fell down through the middle of it at mile 2, right, chances are you're not going to make it all the way to mile 3. So the problem with liquidity traders is they don't pay attention to patterns. The problem with pattern traders is they, for the most part, don't pay attention to liquidity. And none of them pay attention to the market maker. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of buy pressure virus kind of holding up price, even when we get these breaks of the EMAs. The 5 minute's a good example of it, right? We haven't done it on the 15 yet, but on the 5, every time we've broken, right, we've had the reaction, we've come down, but it's just consolidated and popped back up, right? Broke the 50 EMA with a 13, consolidated and just popped back up. Same thing here. But that's because on the 15, we're running into that 50. So every time it consolidated and popped back up was a time that it hit the 50 on the 15 minute. Right, so it's like we're trapped between those two 50s, between the 5 and the 15. We've probably got about 2 more 15-minute candles before the 13 breaks to 50 here, unless we get a bigger drop. So in the next half an hour, we'll see how it reacts. Within the next half an hour. Yeah, patience is everything, Olu. They take advantage of people's impatience. Right? Emotional trading and all that shit. Try not to do that here.
I had to take a little profit right there.
Nothing wrong with that. We got in at 97. We caught the dips at 97. We're at 107 right now. That's a 10K rip. Not only that, but that's a 10K rip from taking a risk while everybody thought we were going to be in World War III. Right? Those hard decisions you make at those times, that's like, those are the ones that really pay off. As long as you have good risk management. Once you learn good risk management, like catching those fallen knives doesn't feel like such a danger. Right? Like worst case scenario, you take a little haircut, but that's like the price to see the flop, right? Got to see how the cards play out. Yeah, I pay for it. It's not a free flop. Nah, I haven't really seen Circle catch itself here yet. It has a new 50 EMA, right? Because it's so young on the 1 hour. But it already lost that. We came down into that gap, right? Circle had a gap that we were shooting for. Came consolidated for a bit on that 50, but starting to lose it. So I'm not pulling the trigger just yet. But I did tell everybody that I started automatic weekly buys on Circle. So whatever ends up happening over the next couple months, I'll catch the average of it. There's nothing better when you have an automatic buy on something than seeing the price go down. Yeah, the other gap. Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at that too. I was looking for that gap originally when we were down here. Right? This one right there. When we had popped up out of this wedge and gapped up and started retracing, I was like, oof, might come back. But we just drew the trend line and waited to see if it broke, right? Eventually it broke, held. But there definitely is a gap at 143 to 134. And there's a vector gap above that from 170 to 151. It's on the 200 right now on the 15-minute. Which is basically the same as the 50 on the hourly. But it's clinging on. What I would say is if I was in position and I hadn't taken profits yet, breaking that 200 on the 15 or the 50 on the hourly would be a sort of sign that it's gonna go lower, and I could probably, buy back lower. Not financial advice, just what I'm looking at.
You put in your dinner order yet?
No, thanks for reminding me.
And I picked some okra and some squash for my garden. And got a little chicken on the grill. Be right.
Sounds good. Oh, I'm bugging. I got a bunch of barbecue left over from yesterday. That shit was good. I'm just gonna eat that. They opened up this new barbecue place not too far from the house. And I don't know where they're getting all these free cows from, but they're giving out entirely way too much meat. Just ordered one of those big sample platters, you know, that comes in like the big aluminum tin tray. As soon as it got delivered and I picked it up, I was like, holy shit, this shit is heavy. Bunch of good flank steaks, ribs, bunch of different cuts.
They got some good sauce.
Yeah, they I got that St. Louis style mustard based barbecue sauce. That shit is so good.
I live in Memphis, and it's like almost a home of barbecue, man.
Where is that
barbecue
has
places.
like the yellow barbecue? You know what I mean, the mustard based one. Is that St. Louis? I always get it wrong. What's
I'm not
Memphis
sure.
barbecue like?
Man, it's a lot of vinegar kind of base. So
Okay.
real tangy.
Yeah. South Carolina, that's what it is. Gloomy Carolina style barbecue is the orange one. That shit is so good.
You guys are talking barbecue. I'm working on some Jose Olay chimichangas in the microwave. Man, I need to improve my lifestyle.
Yo, there's one thing that I don't skimp on is my food, bro. I'm like a fat boy at heart that was just born in a body with a way too high of a metabolism or something, but
As long as you hit the gym, do some cardio.
it's the only reason I work out. Literally, the only reason I work out is so that I can eat whatever I want and not feel guilty about it.
After this Jose Olay, it's some mint chocolate chip ice cream with some Smucker's Magic Shell. I'm
Oh,
working on
that makes up for it, bro. That's equal levels of good right there.
That's where I get my weakness after I roll up. I gotta have something sweet.
Yeah, sugar's the worst, bro. Sugar's literally the hardest thing to kick. Not to mention, I mean, it's everywhere, so I'm at least to the point where I'm not adding any additional sugar to shit. Right? Like, I was always the one scooping sugar into shit. Frosted Flakes, 7 scoops of sugar, you know? So just not adding any additional salt and any additional sugar is good. And then if you can get it to the point where you cut out everything white from your diet, white bread, white rice, sugar, salt, milk, that's like you're on your way at that point. You don't have to get more intense than that.
I'll
I'm like the
definitely cut out
opposite.
on the
I can
sugar.
eat whatever I want and never gain weight.
Yeah, say that now.
Oh shit, is that true, H? Damn. He said there's a cheap barbecue restaurant for 5 years and they closed it because they found out they were selling donkey meat. Oh, imagine if that was your spot, bro. Imagine if that was like your go-to.
I just had a high protein
50-cent
boost.
sloppy joes all day.
I mean, I'm sure it was probably good if people kept going. But yeah, you gotta let me know I'm eating a donkey, bro. Let me make that decision for myself. Just randomly feeding me mystery meat. Pause. That sounded crazy.
You're saying that, but I'm about to have this Jose Ole chimichanga, and who knows what's in it.
There's no telling.
Hey, for $1.50 times 2, I mean, it's an easy dinner. Or at least a late afternoon snack.
Yeah. Nah, that's
I
true,
learned
Ahmad. It's all about the spices and the ingredients, bro.
in the bear market, man. Live cheap.
I eat Cajun food nearly every day.
Hell yeah.
Is this chart gonna move or what?
Now, I was in way better shape before Limitless. During the bear market, when I had time, I was what I considered too big. Like to the point where I was cutting down because I felt like I was getting too big. But now I'm just chilling, bro.
How old are you, Dbloc?
Young enough to know the right car to buy, old enough not to put rims on it.
Let's say about 30, early 30s.
He's a Dragon Ball Z kind of guy.
Yeah, I'm not too old, not too young. I just don't want to dox my age. I don't think anybody here should. Young enough to know what meme coins to buy, old enough to not put leverage on them.
The guy that got me into Bitcoin, he's kind of a younger guy. He's younger than I am, so he schooled me on it. So it's always never unwise to listen to a younger person.
Yeah. For me, it's more sort of on the cypherpunk ideal of putting as little information out about yourself as possible. You got to remember what we're doing here. Like, right now is not a big deal, right? You might think, nobody cares. Nobody's gonna try to hack me or fish me for information or anything. I don't really have anything anybody wants. But if you stick around and chill, 4 or 5 years from now, shit, tomorrow you might hit it big. And then now, the wolves come out. They're like, all right, well, we know he's this
Being a
old.
target on your
We know
back.
he was born on this date. We know he said this is his favorite high school. We heard him talking about his favorite pet. So now you got 3 out of 4 lost my password questions answered. You know what I mean? So it's a good idea to sort of switch it up every once in a while. If you've been here for a while, you've heard me talk about like 6 different high schools. It's like the one time where you slip and you're like, "Oh shit, I gave the real one," and then now you gotta flood the zone.
Right.
And I might be paranoid, bro. I might be, but
You're protectively cautious.
if
It's
they're really out to
smart.
get you, is it paranoia, or you know what I mean? And we know that they're out to get us. So that's why you'll never hear me talk about dollar amounts. You'll never hear me talk about, and nobody else should. Like, we've already got targets on our back. Like, let's not add extra targets. think those that have been here in the group and have seen me have a better idea of how old I am. But I forget that a lot of you guys have just been here for the last like 6 months where I haven't turned my camera on. Nah, I don't fast all the time, Ryan. I mean, that's not true. My regular eating habit, for the most part, would be considered intermittent fasting. But I've been doing it for so long that I don't even actively do it anymore, right? But I have a certain eating window. You guys know, like, come like 7, 8 o'clock, I gotta go eat. And then I'm usually gone for a while. And it's because I have to get in that amount of calories, right? Like, if you're not gonna eat during the day when it is time to eat, you're still responsible for putting all those calories in your body. And you can't eat it all at once. So my dinner time is sort of spread out like 2 hours, 3 hours. But then every once in a while, I'll fast. Maybe like once every 6 months, maybe. Good night, H. Fasting is good, man. Your body needs to struggle. Your body has a lot of defenses that in the comfortable life that we've given ourselves, we don't take advantage of, right? A lot of restorative shit happens when your body's in struggle, right? When your body's in scarcity. So aside for other reasons, putting your body into that sort of fight or flight is good for you. And that's with everything, right?
Okay.
Like work out till you feel like you can't breathe, like you're running from a tiger and your body, you know, that fight or flight kicks in. Or like cold or hot showers to the point that you can't, you know, cold shower to the point that you can't like take it anymore for as long as you can take it. All of that type of shit makes your body release protective and preventative soldiers. Yeah, not health advice or anything. There's tons of stuff you can read up about it, but just personally. It wasn't hard for me though. My natural eating habit. I never really ate breakfast when I woke up. I wasn't ever really a big breakfast guy. Yeah, Olu. It's the same with protein. Most people don't get enough protein. Like if you really want to get the amount of protein you should, you have to be intentional about it. Funny how nobody ever has a problem getting enough carbs though, right? Carbs are easy.
You're not riding around on 24s with rubber bands.
Been there, done that. I came from nothing, bro. So when I first touched the bag, I did what's expected. Blew it. Blew it, but you got the memories, right? It's almost like you're making up for years and years of not having shit all at once, that new money shit. Nouveau rich.
I like rims, but as long as they're like the same size, you're
No,
not gonna
I'm
don't have those
talking
low
shit.
profile
I'm
cars.
1000% still young enough to put rims on the wrong car. I'm completely talking shit. It just sounds good to say it. I love a big chunky rim. I think being in the South for a while in Miami sort of rubbed off on me. You can't get away with that shit in New York. Good luck making it through the potholes on 24-inch rims. But down here with these glass straight roads, a nice big truck with a full wheel well, like it.
Yeah, I'm up to the stage of wheels, yes. Paint, no. No more paint.
I mean, wraps are cool now. You can just do whatever you want with a wrap now. And it's
Yep.
it's protective too, so it's like it's a twofer. Right? You'll be able to resell at a higher value because your paint's gonna be perfect underneath your underneath your wrap.
Yeah. Same thought. And no more paint. Those days are over with. Plus, it was never right.
You gotta flow coat it.
I mean, nothing beats a nice half-inch deep candy paint on something though. Still, like that's still gonna stop you in your tracks on the street, but nah, I'm good. Too much work.
I grew up in the mini trucking world. If you didn't have paint,
Yeah.
you couldn't compete. Like you couldn't compete. That was it. Nowadays, going to the mini truck shows, nobody has the same wheels. Every wheel is custom made. It just blows me away. I mean, for majority of the people, like the high end people, there still are many trucks with aftermarket retail wheels, but yeah, the big players, everything's custom.
You see why we wait for confirmation, guys? See how our 13 never crossed, even though we opened and closed candles underneath the 15. But we never got the confirmation from the 13 that momentum had shifted here. As bearish as it felt down there, right? And it could still come down, but just that little bit of confirmation, waiting for that little bit of confirmation makes all the difference sometimes. And it don't cost you nothing by like a microscopic percentage, right? There's nobody's giving out trophies for catching the Pico top or something.
Sometimes you get lucky though. Hey, has momentum shifted on like the monthly?
On the monthly?
Right.
Let's go look at the
Yeah, I
macro
was
real
wondering
quick.
because we've seen like how long has it been now? 3 years up. So wait, on the monthly, the 7 and the 13, so that's 1 year, right?
Hold on,
1
let me
year
catch up to
ago,
you.
June 24. Yeah, it's nowhere near. Actually,
Oh, you haven't even thought about taking profits yet. Listen, if you were trading the
yeah.
if you were trading the 5 and 13 strategy on Bitcoin on the monthly,
yeah, it's true. You just never saw, no?
you got into position. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out when you got into. So you got into position
No.
2013. Actually, we can't even count that. Let's just assume the 13's never been underneath the 50, but let's assume this is where the cross was. Because the 13 would have been, the 50 would have been coming down like this. So your entry would have been 2015. Bear market scare, 13 never crossed. Bear market scare, 13 never crossed.
Came close though, no?
Yeah, came pretty close. But yeah, you wouldn't even be, you have to do that like on the weekly. So look at the weekly. On the weekly, your 13 EMA crossed your 50 when momentum shifted on the weekly from bear market to bull market. Right? As your 13 crossed right there at 25K, right? That's your confirmation that momentum has shifted. Obviously, momentum shifted at 15, 15.5. But your confirmation came in at 25, which is why we don't use this on such a high time frame, because it, you can get better entries. But regardless, if you would have got in and just said, I'm just trading this strategy this year, I'm gonna get in when it crosses, I'm gonna get out when it crosses over. You'd have got in, you would have stayed. There was a bit of a fake out here, but you would have stayed in your position. Bit of a fake out here underneath price, but 13 never crossed. Fake out underneath price, 13 never crossed. You'd still be in. And
13 months.
our
13.
hold on, our 13 and our 5 and our 5 and our 5 and our 13 started curling over. You see this? Like if they were trying to come back into this 50, right? But then look at what happened to price on that last drop. You see how they're
support at the 13, right?
Yeah. So now
Yellow
they're
is
curling
the 5.
up. Yeah. So not only did it
So I
hold
wanna-
support on the 13, but it changed the directions of the EMAs. So now all your EMAs are facing in the same direction.
So you would have sold 90K and you would have bought back 80. No, you
No, you wouldn't have sold anything on the daily, right? Which is what everybody's sort of looking at now. You would have got in at 84. Price came down to 98, but you wouldn't have got out of position. You'd still be in position. This is why the further time frame, the further you go up in time frame, the longer your trades are going to be, right? But the longer you're going to have to wait for confirmation, which means you're not going to catch the very tops and you're not going to catch the very bottoms. The sweet spot, I think, for long trading, for longer trading,
daily,
is like the 4 hour, or maybe even the 1 hour. But
not for nothing, you won't do that anyway. Like, regardless of how good your strategy is, nobody catches the top and the bottoms.
Yeah. So the 1 hour is decent. The problem is that the lower you go down on time frames, then your trades aren't as long. So it just depends on how long do you want to be in a trade. You have a big work week coming up and you can't be at the chart, every second of the day. Cool, and take it on the 4 hour.
Regarding what you said, I disagree. It's very easy to catch a bottom and to catch exactly a top. The problem is the cost. The problem is the cost to do it. The profitability and the cost.
Bring
But
me
it's not
somebody that has put all their money in at the very absolute bottom and it didn't go any lower than them, and then sold the absolute top and it didn't go any higher.
Yeah,
that's
that's not how it works. How it works is you swing at every top for a month and then you eventually catch the top. Or you buy into every bottom for a month and then one of them eventually ends up being the bottom. They just leave that part out and they say, look, I bought the top and yeah. Like people that say I caught the short at 112, and then you ask them, okay, how many times did you swing at that short at 112? Oh, I don't even want to talk about it. Like their whole attitude, their whole voice changes up.
As far as going all in or all out at a high or a low, I mean, I've caught like interim like highs and lows and been like, oh, dude, I hit the top of that, or like, oh, I snagged the bottom of that, got bottom ticked that, but like the very bottom of the bear market, like to expect to put all of your money in at the very bottom of the bear market and then take all of it out at the very top of the bull market is
Yeah.
not going to happen.
That's the plan, though. That's what everybody's plan usually is. That's why
Yeah,
when I
everyone
tell
gets
you
punched
that
in the face.
like I sell into pumps, right? Like it always feels too soon. Right? Like when this is pumping up and I'm selling into this, right? It always feels too soon. Right? Like pretend like this is the top of the bull market. Right? So price is coming up. We're going, we're explosive with it. So I'm selling as we go up. Right? I took some profit there, I took some profit there, took some profit there, took some profit there, took some profit there, whatever. People that are waiting for the very top, wait for the top. There's a rejection. Like, okay, it'll go back up, comes back up, it drops, they finally start to sell. But it could go back up, so they're selling all the way down, right? The average that I get for selling into the pump 9 times out of 10 is going to be higher than the average that somebody gets that either panic sells the whole thing on a retracement or scales out of position on the way down. It's a
I
lot
try to
easier to sell your
sell-
bags on the way up because people want them. It's really that simple. If you've got a
Sell
big
half
bag, you have to sell it while people want it. You can't sell it while everybody else is trying to sell it.
Right, there's just not enough liquidity. Like it's definitely much easier to get rid of it if you're selling into strength. But I tell people like, average out of the top the same way that you average in at the bottom. Like, like friggin' take a little bit as we go up, take a little bit. Ideally, like in a perfect scenario, you'd be halfway out of your position at least by the very top. And maybe like one time you sold the top. And then the rest of your position you just sell on the way down. So it's like ideally you want to be halfway out by the time you're even topping out. Once you get confirmation that tops out, sell the rest of your bag, like as close to where you came from as you can. But when it drops hard. Is a thing. So it's like, but when it pumps, you kind of are like, all right, yeah, it's up. I might as well sell now. But then when it dumps, it's like then you start second get. Oh, what should I do? Should I hold? Is it going to bounce? And like, am I gonna, or should I sell now? If I sell now, then and it bounces, I'm gonna feel like a dummy. But like if you buy and you hold for a while and it pumps like hell and it's pumping, it feels great to sell into the pump, even if it does go higher, because you're like, well, shit, it doesn't matter because I made profit. But you don't want to go all the way up and be like, no, it's not topped out yet, and then see it come all the way back down. And oh no, we're still in a bull market, and then like comes down even further. You round trip to your whole portfolio, and then you're like, shit, what the hell did I do?
It's part of the process to round trip too, honestly. It's just part of the process.
I mean, it kind of is. It's just not something you want to repeat. Like,
There's two different types of people, bro. There's people that'll listen, and there's people that will have to do it. They'll have to experience it. For it to become a real rule for them that they're gonna follow through thick or thin, they've got to have the scars.
yeah, most of the shit I say is to remind myself, like, to not do the same stupid shit that I used to do. You know what I mean?
Was it really stupid though?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How do you define that it was a mistake or not, right?
Round tripping a boom.
something-
I define it by the lack of profit. I define it by the waste of 4 years. Yeah. If this is a for-profit thing and you come out of it with no profits and you traded your time and got nothing back for it, then you were better off with a job at Walmart. You would have made way
No,
more
but-
money.
No, assuming you stick a little bit to your
Sometimes
tactic,
it's
like
Fine,
for me, sometimes we tend to consider a trade that lost a mistake, yet it's not. Like that's my point here.
all right. The first time
It's
it's a
just a
lesson.
feeling, right? It's because you lost money that you feel like
The-
it was a mistake, but
the first
not
time-
necessarily.
The first time it's a lesson. The second time it's a mistake. The third time you're an idiot.
What am I in the 4th, 5th, and 6th?
I kind of disagree with that because
Goated. At that point, you're just
Right?
goated.
Yeah. Leverage trader. That's what I do.
It's
But
just 3 losses in a row. It doesn't
it's
mean you're.
look. There's benefits to it, right? I get what Zeus is saying. There are benefits. It does steel you against what what you can expect. But there are people out there that can learn lessons from hearing them and not have to, not have to experience it. Those people are way better off.
I mean, that's the
I've
other
never
part.
been one of those people. I've always had to touch the stove.
Yeah, me too. But like, it's like, oh, guys, listen, I touched that stove. It's hot as shit. Like, do not touch it. Trust me. Like, trust me on this one. And then some people, they go and they're like, oh, well, I need to find out for myself. The other one, some people are like, all right, I'm not
That's
gonna
why
touch
it's
it.
What
good to
stove?
tell the stories of the
Oh,
losses, right? You got to tell the stories of the losses because it's like showing your scars. But you could tell somebody don't touch the stove, or you could be like, look, this is where I almost burned my finger off.
Yeah, this like the other day when I lost that trade on Jasmine and it screwed up my whole mojo. And I was like I didn't want to like play it cool. I was like, no, I made a mistake and I, basically like I strayed from my plan and that's where things went awry. Like that's how you sort of take losses. And when you get too ambitious or you get too like overconfident or
Yeah.
whatever in something, or you get it too attached to something like an idea of something happening, you're like, no, it has to happen because like I'm sure of it.
Market will humble
And
you.
Yep.
Honestly, if you don't correct that, you'll disappear anyway because it you won't survive the markets.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I wasn't trying to play it cool. I was trying to say like, okay, listen, like you're gonna make mistakes. Like everybody makes mistakes, and you just gotta try not to repeat them as often as possible. Like if you actually say it out loud and be like, hey, listen, guys, I just
It's
did it. It was stupid. Like don't do that because I
That's
tried it
why.
and it sucked.
That's why I
it's
say
just
if
rules.
you can. That's why I say if you can, in your mind, if you can start to turn this into a win-loss thing, like if you can just concentrate on the win percentage, right? When you get a loss, if you know what your win percentage is on average, when you get a loss, it's almost like one loss out of the way. You know what I mean? Okay, I lose 3 out of 7. That's one of them. Boom, let's go. You know what I mean?
Right.
On to the next.
Right. So
Yeah, that's an optimistic way to look at it, actually.
Yeah, you just get it out of
right,
the way. You know you're going to lose a certain percentage of the trades you take. All right, boom, we lost that one early. Let's go.
yeah. But so Dbloc, you know how like I code everything, right? I do it algo style. I don't do anything by hand because I'm a horrible emotional trader. So like I have a 61% win rate. You know what I'm saying? 61%, but it's not lower than 50. Even when I run like 45% win rate, I'm still winning overall. It's just not as fast.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
If your risk management is good, you can do that for sure.
Probably 59.
If your risk management is good, you can lose 3 out of 7. You can lose 3 out of 10. But I don't like that. I don't like that. Me personally, I know people that trade like that. I respect it. They're absolutely right on paper. But I think if you shoot for the highest win percentage possible, you're going to, just having that goal is going to automatically make you pick up good habits. Like being very careful on your entries, having tight stops, knowing when to cut a winning trade, not turning winning trades into losing trades.
Don't
Right.
overtrade.
These are all
Yeah, well-
very good habits, and they all come from focusing on that win percentage.
The other day when that happened to me, it was like you said, like I think earlier that day, and you're like, I hear a lot of over trading going on. It's like,
Yeah.
shit, that's what I'm doing. I'm over trading, and that's gonna mess me up. You don't
Yes, like-
always be in a trade. Just look at the chart. If you see something that you like think about it for another minute or so, and then act on it. If you don't see something you like, then don't even bother.
So like when I was talking to Zusi and I said I like this bag is at 5% of my capital, it's because it was originally 1% of my capital, but just the way I trade, I buy into the fear. You know what I'm saying? It just I had to wait for it to come back, and that trade is now positive. But I also bought it all the way up. You know what I'm saying? I was in a short, and that's what I don't like. That you know what I'm saying? Like getting into the 5% range, that's a lot of capital or a lot of percentage of my bag.
Yeah.
I think it's important to identify when you deviate from what you're supposed to do. Your comfort zone, like what you're supposed to do. And when you recognize that you're deviating from that, you need to stop immediately.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it
well,
happens.
Sometimes the problem is that you don't always recognize right away. That's the
Well,
problem.
the problem is
Yeah,
it's the code
it's-
that's running though. That's the problem, Zeus. Like cutting that law, if I would have just cut, I would have been, I would take a decent sized hit out of my bag compared to the way it played out. It played out positive, but that's what it's supposed to do. But it was still scary when it was starting to get up those numbers. I mean, it was a huge run. I mean, I think it was like 130, 140%, something like that.
Yeah, I can tell you me personally with this trade specifically, I am somewhat in the hope part of the trade, which I don't like to be in, which is why I'm staring at this so closely to see if it's time to TP or not. But when you draw a pattern out, right? Let's say you've got a thesis for why you enter the trade. You've got a measured move that you're looking for. In your mind, you have a TP, you have a stop loss, you have all of that. The second that any of that changes, you're in a different trade now, right? You might as well have just folded this trade that you were in into another trade that now has a whole different sort of metric on whether it's going to play out or not. I try to stay out of that, right? We like to trade like we're in it for the pole, not the flag. Pause. Right? We're in it for that impulsive move. Once it starts to flag out, turn into something else, like say that it hit the measured move, right? We didn't hit my measured move till here just recently, which is why I haven't had to make huge decisions or anything, right? But this measured move is in question, right? Because of the current price action. I will cut this in a second if I have to, because this was not my original trade. This is a pattern that popped out inside of my trade, which is good. It gives me confirmation that there's some bullishness that could get me to my target, and it did. But this wasn't part of my original trade, right? I'm not going to lose money from this trade to play this out when this wasn't even in my sort of, risk metric when I started. That's how you keep your win percentage high, because you can talk yourself into all types of shit. Before you know it, you're in a trade for 3 weeks that hit your original measured move 2 days ago, and now you're stuck. There's
the
always
thing
another
is,
trade to take.
what
I think the problem is that people are scared of getting out of a winning trade because they don't have confidence that they can get back into one. They almost feel like it's luck that they got the entry that they did, and if they get out, who knows if they can be lucky again. That's the part that we're trying to kill here.
in the end, it's the question is why did you enter and what happened since, And if the reason why you entered is still valid and true, then there's no reason to change the plan anyway.
Nice, Charles. Yeah, you can't beat reoccurring buys, bro. I put my mother on reoccurring buys of Bitcoin on Cash App. She's probably for the last almost 2.5, 3 years now. She has no idea. It's just slowly stacking in the background.
All right, I actually gotta go, but consume. What was it? What are you trying to show me in the chat there?
Just
Oh,
the
those
it's
are
a
all
little
your
bit
buys
different,
and spells. Holy crap!
right? And so that's how I look at it, though. I was, if you look at the beginning there, I was good, right? Coming in, it was kind of hard to tell, but then uh, as the price went up, I just kept buying into it, right? Or shorting into it basically until it came back down. And then you could see as soon as I get underneath it, I started to sell off all those pieces. I'm only looking for really small gains, repeated small gains. And I'm not trying to make, a whole bunch on one big play. I know it's counter to like a lot of other people's trading styles, but it just small incremental wins, right? You know what I'm saying?
Not like what are you like? What kind of leverage are you
It depends on the coin. Like this is, I can tell you in a sec. Like everything's under 10x. Most of them are like 3 and 5.
on? All right. Well, that's not too bad. But yeah, what you're just gonna close some of the short out like when like as it goes down, and then when it starts to come back up, you're closing. Are you adding longs in and then starting to
No,
close out more to
it's
short?
it'll close out the trade. It'll either go short or long. It won't flip. But what it basically does is it tracks what the average, where your average price is, and then it just keeps averaging either up or down. And then when it has a 1% gain on the highest like short, it'll sell that piece off, and just so it holds on to capital. So you can actually take a negative when you close your contract, but it doesn't matter because you've moved your average price. Do you get that?
Yeah.
And so you're constantly moving close. Your average price is always moving closer to wherever you short, if in a shorting situation, wherever you short at. And then you're basically waiting for, as you can see here, as soon as I kind of got underneath the line, I started immediately selling off because I was in profit and profit and profit and profit, even on some of the shorts I had before.
So all those buys are just you selling your short position.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of bubbles, man.
Yeah, that's on the 5 minute too. So it kind of looks, see certain areas. There's 1 minute candles, it would be spread out a little bit more.
You coded the algo yourself?
Yeah, with ChatGPT. I didn't write it, write it, but I used ChatGPT. I told it what I wanted to do.
How did how did you test profitability?
I gave it back tested it through ChatGPT, and it actually gave me. I ran a whole bunch of different simulations of different numbers to run, and it said, like 1% is your best bet, but really like 2.5 to 3% pays the best over time, or 1% would pay the best over time, but you get chewed up by fees. 3% is the best long term if you're worried about fees.
Oh, it's interesting. If one day I'm jobless, I'll try to do that.
Yeah, I might try to do that anyway. But yeah, I gotta go. I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, good hearing you, Quay.
Take it easy, bro.
Again, I'm not making like mad loot either, you guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm slowly gaining profit. It's not like I hit like a 140, 160% trade at any point in time.
There's really good coin perp bots and stuff out there that slowly just do that, right? Just bunch of trades in and out, slowly just gain satoshis over time. For me, it took some of the fun away from it, but I enjoyed sort of doing this. I 1000% understand why somebody who wants to like make it more systematic.
Right, and that's me. 100%. I like coding. That's the stuff I'm into.
No, listen, if I grew up coding, I would probably be doing the same thing.
Man, I wish the NFT market was still going. I had way too much fun doing that stuff.
Yeah, that was fun. Fair market activities.
I got some goats if you want them. I'm kidding. I'm holding my goats. Nobody can have my goats.
I was mad when Trump won and all of our Trump NFTs didn't do shit. Like, why have I been holding on to this Trump bacon for all this time?
Yeah, the problem with these algos is the testing strategy. I mean, the way you test them. We test them with historical data, and that's different than real-time data. And I never understand why, but it's what I read. Yeah, that you can test with historical data, fine-tune your algorithm to be profitable, and then some of them on real data are gonna diverge from what you expected as a result. Because it's different. Real-time data is just different.
Yeah. You can make it stop though, in case of that.
Yeah, of course, but it's
seen good. I've seen good results. I've seen not so good, but yeah.
Like I mean, what I read is that you're gonna write your algo. It's gonna be super profitable on paper. You're gonna test it on data, fine tune it. You're gonna end up with like, I don't know, a nice growth curve. On the course of 1,000 trades, it like 10x's your portfolio, and then you'll put it to use in the real world, and it actually won't reach those what you expect from it.
Oh, like I said, I've seen people be very successful, just very, very, very well with it. And they did a lot of testing themselves. A lot
Yeah,
of
I guess
losing.
you need the right framework and all to do the testing part correctly. It's the hard part of writing an algo. It's the testing part, probably.
Yeah, and the gentleman I'm talking about, he did a lot of testing, and you see that came with a lot of little losses for a couple, maybe a year. Yeah.
Oh, my
Well, I'm on
barbecue's
some
on the table.
discords that do algo trading, and I honestly never had time to really. I'm a software engineer myself, so but
It's not your style either, dude. If I know you as well as I do. You-
what was the name of that Discord? There's one that where they share David Tech, I think. Yeah, David Tech. Yeah. Was pretty cool.
We got our 3 green dailies.
I really would like to manually TP here, but I will just move my stop up and go eat if my barbecue gets here before this damn thing breaks. I'm so tired of waiting for this shit.
What you playing right now, them Block?
Just Bitcoin.
Okay, that's it.
It's about World War III profits. I gotta secure them.
What, to buy your sticks and stones? Your weapons?
Nah. Probably just to buy
Uh,
more. Probably just to buy more Bitcoin.
You would.
Now, I would like for this retracement to give me a nice, like I said, higher low on the alt, so I can really start sinking my teeth in. But I'm still not playing with anything under 500 billion market cap yet. Can't do it.
Retracement? Why do you guys see a retracement on Bitcoin?
Oh my god. Lucy, we've only been
mean,
talking about going down to grab these licks for the past 4 hours.
yeah, well, I don't see that right now. Maybe it will happen though. But alts are retracing, yeah, I guess. I mean, some alts are. Bitcoin ain't retracing yet.
Dip? You call this a dip?
That win guy is shorting. Just keeps adding to his short. He thinks
Right.
80K. He's going for 80K.
This guy just can't stop losing.
Is that the millions that he put? That one dude, like, tons? That one time? Just recently.
I can't help but wonder if because he's not posting his screenshots anymore. So I wonder if he's just faking it, you know. Oh, I added a little bit more here, added more here, but it's just showing a picture of the chart.
Yeah, I think he's tired of being a target. He's still on Hyperliquid though, so he hasn't learned all his lessons.
For what it's worth, I use 3 AIs to ask it using today's liquidation heat map what Bitcoin was going to do in the next 24 to 48 hours. So ChatGPT and Grok both said that it's likely to go up, sweep the top, and then come down to about 103. And DeepSeek was a worthless piece of crap. So
DeepSeek went into the history of Bitcoin and what a stop loss is.
it was trying to tell me that today's valuation was $61,400.
Come on.
There.
Yeah,
And I even
DeepSeek.
You have to talk to it tough sometimes. It's crazy. Like I've literally had to be like, that's wrong. Use today's prices. Oh, today's prices are, and it gives you the exact like, well, thanks for nothing.
Well, what's funny is that ChatGPT and Grok, they did the same thing as far as they were using like 2024. Like one of them was at 60 something thousand, and one was at 84,000. I'm like, it's trading at 107,500. Why are your numbers so far off? And then again, like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm using Coinbase now and CoinGlass rather, and blah blah blah. And all of a sudden, then both of them corrected themselves, and that's what I got out of it. But all three of them at first, they weren't even close to the real time data. I'm like, how the hell can that be?
Yeah, just dumb.
It wasn't good. So basically, we're still 50-50. Don't know any more than we did before.
Maybe it's when those AIs got trained.
Yeah. My suggestion is learn to do this. Use AI for everything else.
Yes. This is not AI. This is you.
Oh shit, my barbecue's
trust
here,
me.
ladies and gentlemen. I have got to go
Nice.
eat before I pass out. I'll be back.
Yeah.
What are the sides first? What
I've got
sides
to
did you
try
get with it?
mashed potatoes. Mashed sweet potatoes, and
Nice.
a bunch of garlic bread, some other shit. I don't know what else is in there.
Nice.
Probably mac and
Yum.
cheese or something
Enjoy.
like that. All right, I'll be back, guys. And
All right,
girls.
brother. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, good night, everybody. Trade safe.
Yeah, Zeus.
Sleep fast.
Enchanté.
What's good? What's good, everyone? How's everybody doing? Just getting back in from the day and riding bikes and enjoying the world. Looks like the chart's just right about where I remember taking off earlier. It's gonna be a little bull flag. It's tough when the 5 and the 13 are just tapping on the 50 the way they're doing it. So what you gonna do when they come for you?
What you gonna do with it?
Wow, what a candle.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm just happy we invalidated that bull flag on dominance.
That's what I was looking at. That's what I was appreciating it. Dipping hard too. It's ripping. Go ahead, BTC. Rip it up there. Drop out some dominance. Let's see some money start falling.
Big bites.
Look at these big.
That's a candle now. Jesus.
Bet this is money stepping in.
121 Bitcoin at $107,600. Someone just bought. Jeez.
And what's impressive is dominance is pressing down as well. I bet a bunch of money's stepping into the market right now if we look at total market cap.
Is it just a correction or what's going on, you think?
It's time.
It's time.
I jumped on and mumbled a little while ago. Is it going to do it or it doesn't? And the toughest thing is it's putting vector gaps up starting right off the bat. So, fake out or breakout.
We still got bullish momentum, so hopefully we can break these lower highs right here and make a higher high.
Let's go.
Would this be considered a triangle that we're building right here? Higher lows and lower highs?
I don't know. Like I keep saying, I think it's really going to come down to total market cap. How much money is truly coming in? We got
Holy
billions
cow.
flowing in. Let's go.
Jesus.
Look at the size of these orders.
Yeah, let's break. Hey, that could be a W right there.
It's almost 300 Bitcoin bar right there.
$142 the other direction.
Like I sometimes say, let it rip, tater chip.
I mean, most of this is market maker, right? It's a big green candle from the market maker.
But look at dominance driving down. That's what I'm asking. You think this could be just money flowing into the market?
I don't know. But it's on every coin. It's the whole market. I would think it's a market maker.
For market maker, it's just vector candle. So yeah, you are correct that market maker is in play right now because we're in a green vector. Green vectors are what is it? 200 times the volume of the last 20 candles or something like that. 10 candles.
At 200%.
Yeah, I was just thinking what I was just said. 200%. Sorry about that. Thank you.
All good. I've read that info block in the Realities Trader like 10 times.
Yeah, I love that. That right over there is a great reference. Also, Dbloc has it on the educational section here on the Discord. great reference to have.
Man, that's a nice candle there.
You gonna take it all back?
Yeah, watch out. If it closes with a big wick like this and the following candle bearishly engulfs it, that could be a stopping volume candle. But wait for confirmation, guys. That 13 hasn't crossed the 50 MA, so we still got bullish momentum.
You can get some support right here. Kind of a double bottom there.
Seeing more sells than buys on the tape there.
See, that candle was hectic, but 1 minute for it to close. Oh yeah, that was gnarly.
We found some support there.
On the 15 minute, we still got 2 minutes, about 3 minutes actually, for this candle to close. Yeah, I just realized we haven't invalidated that stopping volume candle from that first push up. Let's go, Bulls. Let's push it.
It does
Just
look like
trying
a
to
flag,
refill
right?
it.
Is it flagging out?
But we need Drew's Dracula buddies.
Thinking about adding to my position. I don't know. Not financial advice.
Missed what you said there. What'd you say, buddy?
I'm considering adding to my position. I'm just talking to myself. I don't know. Just not financial advice.
Looking nice for sure, but just bear in mind all that liquidity sitting down below, bro. I got a big juicy stake down there that Dbloc pointed out, and I can't get my eye off of it, so just very cautious.
No turning back now. We ain't stopping.
That's what I like to come back to. What's good, Joe? What's going on, Mike?
Hey, hey.
What's good, Rick?
Bit of a move on Ethereum too. Check out Ethereum, dude.
Yeah, look at dominance. That's
Very cool.
Ethereum's candle right there on dominance.
Yeah.
Just getting wrecked.
See if we can keep it up, huh?
We broke back into that range that we were trying to get into on Ethereum. Where is it? Just had ETH up. What the hell did I do with it? Oh, I switched it. So this range here that we broke down out of, we were saying we want to close daily candles back in this range to prove that we're at a sort of full recovery here. Got that taken care of. Hit all our measured moves. The 2 bear flags, the break of structure move, and now we're back like it never happened. Back like it never happened.
Yeah.
The good news is, even if you want to be a bear and call this a deviation, that's going to be one hell of a topside deviation. If we get an equal move to the top, that would break 3K.
Yeah, it's a very expensive fake move.
Mm-hmm.
If it's meant to be fake, that's a lot of money. I think it could
We're into that
spark
vector
off
gap.
an organic move, you never know.
Yeah. We're into that vector gap.
It could drum up interest.
I'm with it. At the party.
Yeah. It'd be cool to see some bullish, like proper bullish price discovery, bull market style stuff.
GG's to anybody who held tight on their positions, waiting to get confirmation on that drop. See what I mean about the 13 never crossing?
It's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm looking for it at some point tonight, tomorrow. Probably at the end of this push, honestly. We've got tons of sell orders above. I'll show you what we're trading into right now. All right, so we started to get into that grid, but this is what we're trading into right now. That's just a wall of sell orders all the way up to 110. Right? Next one is 470 Bitcoin. Then you've got that cluster of 491, 553, 334, a couple of 200s, 300s, and then our final cluster up top. So I'm not saying it can't go, but it's going to have to absorb all those buys, all those sells. No, there's no need of FOMO here. Either you got in when it was born, or you're gonna have to wait for this to play out until it goes born again. Not here to buy green candles. Nah, ETH is showing off. Let's see, if you were trading ETH on the 5-minute scalp strategy, your entry was... Well, damn, you didn't have much time at all to play around. As soon as you got in, had one retracement, and then gone. 13 never crossed the 50, so you never exited. A lot of vector gaps on the way down there, though. Remember, the goal for this move, similar to what we did in Bitcoin, the goal for this move was to get over the range that we had to reclaim. Right? We had to reclaim this range here. We want it to be as parabolic as possible because when it retraces, we want it to hold that range. So the last thing you wanted to do was take the range like to right here, double top, and then try to retrace and hold. So the higher we can go up, the better. The higher we can go up, the safer the retracement will be. Then we just gotta hodl this blue zone.
Yo, Dbloc, you saw July rate cuts odds are increasing.
Yeah, I saw them yesterday. I'll have to see what they're at today. See if they've gone up any today. Yep. Was that 12% yesterday? Is that 23% today?
Sir.
23.8%. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep a nice close eye on this until the 30th.
What is FOMC? What actually is that percentage?
The chances of them cutting rates.
The Federal Open Market Committee. Basically the Federal Reserve. But they're like a decision-making board kind of thing on policy stance and all that.
Sweet, they're dropping dominance or something. Whoever's doing it, I'm down. No, I just was curious kind of about that because I saw something earlier about it, but I didn't really understand what's really going on with it behind the scenes or in front of our faces that I'm not paying attention to. But for what I should be looking out for, like what should we be looking out for? I'll be always have my eyes and ears out for things I shouldn't be looking at. Just one of those things. I just don't know which way it should be going or what would happen if it goes one way or the other.
We've been watching FOMC and rate cuts for 3 years.
But at this point in the market, what would it do? Would it really do like a weird shift or a panic something? And which way would it really go? I guess that's what I was kind of trying to get to, but
We're waiting for a cut. So we're waiting for prices to go up.
does it always instantly go up, or is it like a weird dramatic, like a scared shift when it happens and then it goes up after? I'll do more research. I should put more attention into it.
Can't hurt.
Yeah,
Dbloc
that scary
dominance.
drop.
Sorry, sir. I'm just seeing dominance is going down. I'm just like a little kid over here clapping my hands for a sec. Bitcoin's pushing hard. We really think with the ET block, we got a lot more liquidations way above us, but 25 is going to be like a ceiling. We're going to drive through that sucker. Beautiful double tap off the 200. 50 just pulled away strong. Looks solid. The big guys filled up their ETH wallets. Time to rip it. Really, that dominance that's diving down is probably pouring into ETH more than anything at this point. Yeah, I do sometimes, Neve. Sometimes it gets too much though. Gotta turn that shit off. I would have sold Circle if I was Kathy Wood too, bro. They got in pre-IPO. Yeah, I'm looking more like 7 instead of 4, Jacko. Personally, somewhere between 6 and 7. Did you guys not say hi to Shiv doesn't care when he came in or something? Why's he going so hard on y'all?
Apparently you do. Bunched up kind of tight tonight. I went today on Hive to try to look at Kraken. Kraken IPO. Let me show you why crypto is superior to legacy. So this is Hive, right? You can come here and buy and sell pre-IPO stocks. Right, this is where some people got their hands on. This is where some people got their hands on Circle early. Hold on. Sign in. All right, check this out. So you can come in and buy Kraken before it drops. You can buy whatever before it drops, right? Pre-IPO, before it even hits the market. Like buying on DEXs, right? Like the same as being able to get on a DEX, buy a coin before it lists on an exchange and get that sort of benefit. Check this out though. Look at the requirements here. Are you accredited, right? This is for accredited investors only. I have my own joint, I have my own or jointly with spouse and partner, a net worth of over $1 million, excluding my house or car. I have a gross income of 200,000, whatever, right? So you go next. Then you put whatever. These are the ones that I was looking at: Kraken, Neuralink, Perplexity, Ripple Labs. Then you go next. FINRA account, blah, blah, blah. They want to know if you have a FINRA account. They want to know what your household income is per year, greater than $1 million, 450, whatever. Then it says you have to be a qualified purchaser, right? So aside of being an accredited investor, you have to be a qualified purchaser under U.S. security laws. Look at the requirements for being a qualified purchaser. I'm a qualified purchaser because I own or I own with my wife or spouse more than $5 million worth of investments. I'm a purchaser because I have on my own or with a spouse or a trust or company that holds more than $5 million worth of investments. These possibilities, these opportunities that we get in crypto have always been there for TradFi, but they're all hidden behind accredited invested roles that you can't even touch unless you've got 5 mil liquid. These are the people who got to go into Circle and scoop up at ridiculous amount of, at ridiculous prices.
We're just going to tell them we know you, and that'll get us in, right?
Yeah. Luck. Now, in those pre-IPOs, you can do whatever. You can buy and sell whatever you want, whenever you want. Once you're an accredited investor, they know you got the money for it. So it's like, nah, you can't lie. You can't lie. You basically got a KYC. They want bank statements. They want tax returns, that type of shit. It's what most people do, right? To be able to take advantage of those sort of, or you come to crypto where you don't need any of that shit. Yeah, you would need to open a trust or a company that holds more than $5 million worth of assets. And remember, these $5 million worth of assets, you don't get to trade with that. You lose your accredited investor or your qualified purchaser once you spend that five. If a single dollar comes out of that 5 mil, and now you have 4.9 mil out of there. Yeah, they don't hold it though. They just want to know, are you cool enough to play in this game with us? Right? It's like it's gatekeeping. Right? The rich get richer.
Keeping the riffraff like us out.
You come screw the place up. That's why me and Drew are always laughing about. I can't wait to be sophisticated. One of the I can't remember, I think it was Coinbase. Some of their custodial services, right? They say it's for sophisticated traders. And then later on inside the blooper in the small print they say a sophisticated trader is a trader with $10 million in the account. $10 million liquid. Me and
Yeah,
Drew
that's
are
like
always laughing
them.
like, damn, I guess we're not sophisticated. Shit. Can't wait to be
But
sophisticated one day.
Yeah, my
that's funny
belly's
you
not.
say that because at this real estate, the commercial real estate expo I went this weekend, we all got the people that did the expo got certificates to be sophisticated investors in real estate.
Mm-mm. Yeah, a lot of this shit is gate kept, man. Tons of it.
Like
And then they
Coinbase
just
recognizes your volume. They know if you got big dollars or no dollars at all. A bunch of heart doesn't mean big pockets.
for crypto, I want that for you, bro. I can't wait for that day too.
$10 mil, not even 1 mil. Really, it's sitting at $10 mil bar.
10 mil and 10 mil static. Meaning that 10 mil has to sit there
What is the static charge? How long does it have to sit? So
for as
you just
long
like
as you
pop it
want,
in
for as
there.
long as you want their services.
All right, deal. I see what you're saying. And they do get super low rates and stuff too, like the percentages of trades and stuff where they do have that much volume in there. It's weird. The rest of us, we paying the tolls. But people that like fly airlines and like like we do regular, we pay try and get the cheapest rates. But the people that are flying like these $20 million planes, to figure out how to like pay it off within the business, it like pays for itself. It didn't cost $20 million. It made them $4 billion and put $20 million into it. You know what I'm saying? Whole different story.
Yes, like yeah, quarterly.
Maybe not made $4 million off it, but saved $4 billion in taxes or somewhere somehow. If you know what I mean. And the 20 million that they spent didn't have to pay the taxes on it. Dbloc, what are you really feeling? Are you hanging out in positions? Are you kind of getting out of stuff, or it's just a hang out and wait zone? What are you actually truly feeling overall?
Nothing's changed since today. Waiting.
I just wasn't here today. I guess that's why I'm asking.
I'm
I
just waiting to
popped in.
take
I was all
profit on my trade. On my Bitcoin trade.
109 area, or at least at the top of that vector there at 1086.
Mike, you know Pepin wouldn't get rid of Grinder. Grinder got rid of him. Permaban.
That's a champ, bro.
Yeah, Eric, on a good day. On a good day, they'll keep it to 1%. Typically between 1 and 2%. This has been a bit of a slow one for Asia. Trying to think of the last time I saw 50 EMA on a small time frame get tested and respected this many times for this long. Yeah, we're still waiting out at RPAN. It'll be between today and tomorrow. We're just trying to find where our high is, in my opinion. We're slowly running out of reasons to go up. We still got that vector gap above us, small liquidations, but nothing compared to the payday of coming down into the bloody waters here.
Don't do it, dominance. Don't do it.
But Jess, the only way to know for sure is, at the end of the day. But we do try to find the daily highs and weekly highs before then, so we can trade against them. The psychological highs are the weekly high and low, or the weekly high and low psychological range is done on Saturday though, between 6 and 2:30 in the morning. But as far as these weekly, as far as these high of the weeks, low of the weeks here, I just put these in because I knew we had run out of liquidity. And these were, I guess you could say, guesses that played out. Yeah, they don't deal with trolling too well on TikTok. You gotta go over there and play nice. You should have done a little dancey dance before the video, bro. How you get away with it. 3 seconds of a little dancey dance and then post your car video. You should have hit him with the, I'm talking about in there. Last time I went to Grand Prix out here, this like huge arcade thing they have. There was this kid on Dance Dance Revolution that must have been like the national champion or something, bro. This kid was killing it. Dance Dance Revolution's that sort of thing where you could be really, really good at it and still lose aura somehow.
You're right though. Some of those people that are absolutely fantastic at it, you'd never expect it. You walk up to them on the street and they're just like a regular person. This kid can absolutely rip it. It's like one of their hobbies. They kind of got into it and got really good at it. But you can't show it anywhere else but on there.
Yeah. Yeah, shit. Twitch will do that too, bro. Twitch will cut your live off if you don't got your seatbelt on. If you're streaming in the car and you're not wearing your seatbelt, it'll cut your live. Freaking nanny state. That's why people go to Kick. And set your hair on fire and nobody's gonna stop you.
I get a lot of those guys doing all their street ripping around. And they spin around on their head. I'm surprised they didn't rip their hair out. You know what I mean? They got like all the weight of their entire body in their street dancing. And they spin on their head. You always have to have a hat, but still, it's like how's all your weight spin? One thing I can't really do. I can't dance. Can't play an instrument really well. But those things that take practice, like true practice and dedication and understanding, like stuff.
Yeah, sir, bon. I'm looking for most alts to retrace as Bitcoin comes down through those liquidations. I also don't expect them to retrace until Bitcoin comes down through those liquidations, which is why we're sort of looking at Bitcoin so tough here. But you can see it, right? You can see it right on the 15-minute, just like on Bitcoin. Trying to break instead of slowly crawling up, right? These alts have been at these levels already. They haven't been able to break their ranges because every time they get down to the bottom of the range, Bitcoin catches on that 15-minute 50. Right? But yeah, as that changes, that should drop pretty much everything. Especially with dominance being this high. What I hate is that Bitcoin didn't take advantage of dominance dropping like this to drop at the same time. Yeah, it's just not the right environment yet, Serbo, to be able to do it like in a chill way. Right? If you trade alts, it's got to be active trades. But dominance will get to the point where it picks a trend and keeps it, right? Keeps a downtrend. Just visualize it in your head, right? Just close your eyes and visualize that alt that dropped, right? That's recovered now. For the most part, V-shaped recoveries for almost everything. With Bitcoin going down, that alt coming down gives you the right side of that W. Right? So as Bitcoin comes down to these levels now, I'll be looking on all my alts to either shore up positions that I didn't fully allocate to, or to open positions that I wasn't comfortable opening yet. Oh, my bad. Open your eyes now. About to keep y'all in the dark forever. Yeah, Icicle. Hold on. So here's ETH on the 15-minute. Flagged out nicely underneath that range and then broke it. Right? Reclaiming this range, holding this range is the most important thing right now for ETH. Not only that, but after today, from today forward, no daily candles below this range. Right? Meaning we close above today, and then tomorrow we pay attention to that daily. We got to keep the daily above this range, and then we're back in. Right? Good thing about being back in the range. Good thing about being back in the range is that if ETH claims this range, then we'll shoot for the top side, right? Which is 27, 22, 28. Even if it's not going to break out and this is just a deviation, that top side deviation that we get on ETH Should take us to test this SR flip where we fell from last time, like 2,800. So, and then on the macro, I know this, just ignore all the mess from this jumbled up shit, but on the macro, it's this butterfly harmonic for me. Once we get away from this price range, I'll get rid of all the TA and all the shit that's in there, so it'll be cleaner. I should have done it on another chart, but I know, I guess, whatever. Honestly, between 6 and 7K is what I'm shooting for. And the line that we need to get out to break out officially is this white line right here. Right? Anything above this white line should be a breakout and not a deviation at that point. Honestly, we have to put it up to the last. Hold on. I have to move that. Yeah. We'd have to get above that range.
Yo, what's up, Dbloc?
What's going on, bro?
Hey, man, I'm just curious. Is there like a specific time in the daytime where you come on here, or it's just
Yeah, pretty much the same every day between like 2 and 7 or 8 till I go eat, and then from like 10 to whatever time these hooligans keep me on at.
okay? Thanks. Gotcha.
Rubber, you got an open mic, brother. Let me do that right now.
What have you been digging into, Louis? What coins you looking at? What sort of things are you curious with these days?
Like real recently, I've been buying the hell out of Sonic and Chainlink. I think those would be my top two, like real recently. It's hard for me because I'm like married to my averages. I'm trying to wrap my mind around Dbloc. What he says, just if you have confirmation on a coin, just buy it. Easier said than done, for sure.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to do, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think it'll be easier once I break something close to 6 figures and I got more money to play with. I think it'll be a little easier, but right now it's just not. How about you? What you getting into?
Two main coins. Keeps it real. I've been riding bikes and enjoying the beautiful summer here in the mountains.
Yeah, I'm driving a lot, and I noticed like if I keep my Discord open, and my Uber app open and anyone calls me or I have to talk to anyone, like you guys will hear it, even if I have this thing muted. So it's hard for me to like be on here. But I try.
As long as you're still paying
Yeah.
attention to the charts, bro, that's all that matters.
As I was gonna say,
Life
bro.
Yeah,
gonna
I
get
got
to life in sometimes.
I got my ear to the ground for show.
Like that's crazy. That's like really what I was about to say. I was like, as long as you're paying attention to the charts, is what I wanted to say, and you like literally said it, and I was like, that's crazy.
How about you, Dbloc? You been buying any alts?
Just
Or
higher
you just
market
trading
cap
in?
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been staying away from all the degen activities and even some of the mid caps I'm not touching yet.
Okay.
Just can't bet on retail is the problem, right? This is one of those cycles because of tight QT that we can't bet on retail. I mean, just look,
For real?
I mean, it's not that they won't come in, right? But the last time they came in, they bought bullshit, got wrecked, and then so it's like you can't count on them to be sort of educated, and which is why like most of the utility shit is kind of dead. So I'm concentrating on high market cap memes that they're gonna recognize and buy, that are easy for them to buy, and I'm concentrating on utility coins with pending ETFs because that'll be constant buy pressure from institutions. So I'm trying to take institutions' money by sitting in utilities with ETFs, and I'm trying to take retail's money by sitting in high market cap memes.
Okay. The way I'm playing it is, as soon as Bitcoin creates good structure above all-time highs, I'm taking profit. And it just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Look at the toughest thing that I was trying to just say is look at coin market cap. Our index for Bitcoin is at 50%, and on altcoins it's down at 18. Like literally still less than 20. It's at 18. Bitcoin index is all the way up at 50. So that's just like telling me everybody's just like lost everything on.
I keep going back to this site, but there's a reason for it, but I want you to see something. And it's not this part that everybody looks at. Like, this is cool too. Be careful for the... Oh, they got dark mode now. Let's go. I was about to warn you about the flashbang, but they stepped it up. So, this gives you a number out of how many of the top 100 memes, or top 100 coins, are outperforming Bitcoin within the last 90 days. Right? Or, well, in real time, but the whole chart. So we haven't, there's 18. There's only 18 of them. So if you scroll down to here, this is the part here. These are the only coins in the last 90 days out of the top 50. We're talking about the top 50. So everything underneath it, is screwed for the most part. But out of the top 50 for the last 90 days, these are the only coins that have outperformed Bitcoin. If you were
website again?
altcoin season, if you just put in altcoin season index, but it's blockchaincenter.net. So if you were, and some of these we haven't even WBT. Was anybody in WBT? I don't even know what that is, to be completely honest with you. But if you were in Sui, Sol, Caspa, TRX, Uni, Pepe, ETH, Fetch, Tau, XMR, Say, Aave, BCH, or Hyperliquid, then you're outperforming Bitcoin, right? That means that your money was better off in those coins than in Bitcoin.
Like, we should look at Aave. Remember how we were always
Actually, hold
talking
on.
about
Actually, no. The only ones that really outperform Bitcoin itself, these are just the tops. But the ones that outperform Bitcoin itself are ETH, FET, Tau, XMR, Say, Aave, BCH, and Hyper. Anything
Aave
under
has
here,
really
you
been
were
impressive.
screwed. Like, look at some of the
Like you
ones at the
pointed,
bottom of the list here. Like, Ton lost 29% against Bitcoin. So when I say that it's not time to get into alts yet, what I mean is without good research, right? Which unfortunately I know most people aren't going to do, because when I mean good research, I mean 4 to 5 hours a day of research. Not everybody has the time or the ability to do that. So without good research, you're just going to throw a dart at this board, right? And probability tells you you're probably going to hit one that's outperforming. So at the very least, hedge against your positions by having, not financial advice, but by having more than 50% of the asset that you're trying to outperform.
like, you remember what I was saying with Aave? Remember how he was transferring a lot of dollars from like Bitcoin or Sailor? Remember what I'm talking about?
No.
It's just been so impressive. That thing went only tapped down at $100. I mean, look at the chart on Aave. Everything else is sank down, but that thing is absolutely tapped $100 and it's all the way back up to like 250, 275, and everything is just destroyed.
Aave's up
Nobody paid attention
40%
to it.
on Bitcoin.
Do you think it still has something to do with them and him, Sailor?
Yeah, Wizard, if you were outperforming any of these that are outperforming Bitcoin, obviously that's, remember the base trade is Bitcoin. You have to do, if you're going to move your Bitcoin, you have to do better than what Bitcoin's getting you.
ETH, let's go. Hey, Dbloc, in the past bull runs, do they always try to scare the hell out of people by telling them there's no out season before
Yeah.
there's an out season?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's normal.
Yep.
Okay, good to know.
They fudded ETH. If you look at ETH,
Yeah, they did.
like watch, look at Bitcoin.
I felt like I was the only one buying that up at the time.
All right, so look at Bitcoin on the weekly. And we'll go to the last bull market. You know how much shit they talked about ETH at this point? Hold on. When Bitcoin took off here, right? And ETH was like flailing behind. But at this point here, hold on. At this point here, where Bitcoin went nuts and ETH went sideways for like what? Almost 100 days. 70 days, right? It went up, but not like, not like Bitcoin did. Yeah, like, it is a scam. Oh, what happened? ETH guys, I thought this was a new thing, blah, 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 blah. And we know how that ended up. right? ETH went absolutely crazy after that. Just happened later, right? Or if you look at others, look at how late others took off. A little
You know, one
longer.
thing in that pattern, Dbloc, is it happens after Bitcoin has a massive correction, though, it looks like.
Yeah, that's COVID.
No, I'm saying when it finally like catches up really with ETH, right? Isn't it on that dip?
Oh, on a
that
yeah, because what happens is on this dip it gets stripped of dominance. Right, on this dip money comes out, but this time is different. This time it doesn't go into Bitcoin. So dominance drops and it ends up feeding alts that then start to push. Right, it's like the wealth effect that we talk about. Once your bags are good and you take that first bit of profit and then you're like, what else is running? You know, so if we look now, same thing. Ran pretty much with, right? Some of the outliers obviously helped push, but what's happening here? Right? There's no alt season. Alt season canceled. Look, Bitcoin's pumping. Why isn't others pumping? This time is different. It's just same shit that we were hearing back then. Literally the same shit. Last time the problem was all these ICOs, all these new ICOs. There's too many. It's just literally the same argument, except that we're making it at 4,000 or like 7,000 coins. Now at least it's a more believable argument when you're at like 10 million, 10 million coins. But it's the same shit. The same shit. The wealth effect that comes from this move will help others to catch up.
But if it's like last time, like right where we're at right now, if back to that chart, it looks like Bitcoin would need to have that dip again, like it did for
Well,
money to rotate.
yeah, you've got to retrace. There's got to be retracements.
No, but if you go back to that other chart, the one that had that thing overlaid, it looks like it would need to dip harder, like down to like back to like 90s or 80s.
Yeah, but you can't judge it by depth. That's not. At that point, you're
See,
trying
like
to.
where we're at right here.
You're trying to feed a bias. Yeah, but you can't do it bar for bar. Remember, I've got it stretched out because it's. But if we put it on log. Right, this was the top of the bull market here. This is the correction that you're talking about. Right, when alts finally take off, that little retracement. It went down from 41 to 29. What's important is, and I saw somebody came in today and said that Tino said that there's always a pullback when they cut rates. And yeah, because people like me that are sitting in Bitcoin that aren't going to move our Bitcoin until risk appetite comes up, which means either QT ending, cutting rates, or Bitcoin dominance getting down to a certain level, right? As soon as rates are cut, yeah, people are going to sell some Bitcoin and they're going to buy alts. Right? Because now they have risk appetite, right? So now they're like, okay, let's take some of these profits and let's go ahead and start feeding the cycle. The problem is that a lot of that isn't going to come out. So people are like, okay, well then should we expect a big retracement? Problem is a lot of the new money that came in is in ETFs. People don't sell ETFs, take their cash, buy stables, then buy crypto, and then take their crypto, sell it, take their stables, put it back into USD, and then buy ETFs again, right? They don't play that cycle yet. You're either holding the Bitcoin ETF or you're selling the Bitcoin ETF. It's people in, on chain that are doing that. You're selling your crypto and you're buying other things. So that portion of money that came in, that's not going to play the cycle game with us. Which is why I'm leaning so heavily on two things. What's retail going to buy when they come in? What's easily accessible to them? What do they consider at a good price? And what are institutions going to buy that they're going to be forced to buy with these ETFs because they're adding them on their funds and it's constant daily buy pressure. And that's why I've got that barbell strategy going of utilities that are expecting ETFs, and then all the way on the other side of the barbell is high market cap memes and high market cap gaming projects. All that stuff in the middle, I'm really struggling to see how they're going to find any love. Like, where's the money going to come from? We've given retail the opportunity to come back in the game twice. Both times they've gone into memes. Both times they've got wrecked playing the small meme game, which leads to my theory that they'll come in, they'll jump on their exchanges, they'll play it safe and buy your Pepes, your Whiffs, your Bonks, your Doges, your Shibas, your, those. Or they'll buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Sui, Chainlink, Litecoin, right? These are all expecting ETFs in the next year, HBAR, or in the next couple months. It's a boring portfolio. It is. If I could go back in the past and show past me from last cycle this year's portfolio, you'd be like, what are you doing, bro? You serious right now? But this is where the money's at. And we didn't expect it. We didn't expect the QT to be this tight. And we didn't expect the money that came in to be so funneled. So we can either complain about it or we can recognize it and then stand in front of it with a big garbage bag, a big garbage empty bag, and fill it up with other people's money as they come in. Adrian, for that, we would have to hear some official word from Congress, right? Because Congress controls the purse. I know there's 2 active bills going through right now, but it would have to come from them. Any sort of promise to buy Bitcoin or stack any sort of asset would have to come from them unless the president does it through like a tax neutral. Well, think of it like this, Bull. If those coins go up, it's just going to be from circulating money, right? That's already in. Somebody that's learning how to get into crypto right now, or somebody that maybe was here last year or whatever, and is going to come jump on Coinbase, Kraken, Gemini, Robinhood, Crypto.com, where are they going to buy it at? Right? Like, the kids had fun with the skibbities and the retardios and all that shit. But they were already in the game, and they learned how to get through that shit through TikTok. TikTok was bringing DJs right in the Phantom wallet. But a lot of those people got burned, and they're done. They're on to sports betting and shit now, bro. I've talked to so many people that were in the meme game, and they've just legit gone to Pokemon card cracking and freaking sports betting. I had a long argument with my boy the other day. He was like, please explain to me what the difference is between meme coins and NFTs and me going into Pokemon cards and sports betting.
What'd you say?
I mean, I try to explain that there's a million differences. Like, one, there's at least some sort of educated, you know what I mean? Like, you have a chance. The amount of education that you have and the amount of chart reading that you could do and just sentiment and all that, being able to cover all your vulnerabilities gives you a way better chance than just ripping Pokemon cards and hoping there's a damn Charmander in there or something. But I get his point, right? For people that come in and don't know how to do anything in crypto, it's exactly the same. You're literally picking one meme versus another the same way as you'd be picking one team versus another, you know? Or you're hoping to pick that one NFT that goes crazy, just like you're hoping to, you know, crack that one card that. Until you learn what you're doing in here, there is a big gambling aspect to it.
Dbloc, in your humble opinion, do you think we'll have a, I won't say out season, but when outs pop off, kind of, do you think it's gonna be like people going into gaming and then they're chasing AI and then they're chasing something else? Or do you think like there's just gonna be a quick out season because it's pretty much the end of the bull run? Crazy to even say that, and then people are just gonna take profit and this thing's gonna dump.
It's not going to be everything, first of all. It's not going to be like our last alt season where everything ran just because it was a bull market or just because it was alt season. But the way I plan on taking profits, to answer your question, is on my alts at a certain time, August, September, around that range. But to be more specific, I plan on taking them at the top of their narrative pushes. Right? We've seen that everything hasn't gone at once. Right? We've had one sector runs, then another sector runs, then another sector runs. You get what I mean?
Right.
So if gaming is running and we're going into August, we're in September and gaming is going absolutely crazy or whatever, I'm not gonna just let it retrace and hope it pumps again. Like that's it. You know what I mean? Like once we're in my range, if your narrative made its run, I'm taking my profits. Nothing says I can't put it back in, right? If I'm wrong and it holds support and it looks like, you know, cool. But I'm not taking that risk.
Cool.
Rajesh, look at you see these light gray zones, these are your vector gaps. On the 15-minute. Right, what's left to be recovered. You can turn that on your indicator. Well, it'll just print them for you, and as they go getting recovered, they'll disappear. So we still have that one above. And then we got one right at the 50, one below. Give me a second, my phone's ringing. I'll be right back.
Joey D.
What's good?
How's physics, bro?
We are in a pretty cool universe. I mean, physics comes down to the smallest pieces and the biggest parts of the entire place. You realize how fast we're going around this whole universe itself.
Do you believe in the firmament?
Now I just believe what's in front of me.
Good.
How you been doing though?
Good, bro. Good. I kind of miss being on here. Like last season, it was nice because we were locked up, so I could be in my computer all day.
Now you're driving a Tesla while Louis being crazy out there on the road.
Not too crazy. I had to calm down. This one cop pulled me over twice in the period of 4 days on the same road.
Like I said, how did I even know?
Bro. I got a really high Uber rating though.
Louis, if you really think about it, don't even worry about how fast you're going. When you're going in your car, you're going 50 miles an hour. That's something that's relative to a non-moving object on Earth. Earth is spinning at just over 1,000 miles an hour, right? We're moving 1,000 miles an hour spinning around because we spin at like 23.95 hours per day around the center of the world. So we're moving pretty quick. We're moving just over 1,000 miles an hour. It's like 1,050 miles an hour. It's pretty quick. But don't forget that we're also moving around the center of the sun. Usually
That's
it's the center
right.
of the
That's
sun
right.
at like about
1,000 plus some.
63,000 miles that we're actually going around the center of the sun.
It's
So that's just us.
closer to 66,000.
Yeah, on average.
Let's
depending on
not put
66,600,
let's not put the
it's like
battery in
what,
each other's backs here, guys. We were not about to do this.
No, but Dbloc, look at it this way. You're moving pretty fast. That's 66,000 miles an hour just around the center of the sun. But us moving around the center of the galaxy, we're moving pretty quick. We're moving at like 525,000 miles an hour around the center of the galaxy. That's just our Milky Way. But then the Milky Way is traveling through the center
Jesus
of
Christ,
our
Joe.
entire huge thing. What I'm telling us, Dbloc, is that we're moving about 1.5 million miles an hour, about
So where do I set my stop
530.
loss?
Just appreciate how fast we're already going.
Some of us moving a little too fast.
Put it this way, we're moving about 530 miles per second through the entire universe as we're sitting here. If you really wanted to put it in all perspective per second, 530 miles per second.
Who started this? Louis?
I don't know. We were just saying, I'm just sitting here chilling. I don't know. In all honesty.
All I said was, yo, how's physics going?
Yeah, that's
You're a
literally where
dick.
I
Stop
started. My
trolling.
bad.
You're
I
putting the
apologize.
battery in his back. You know exactly why you asked him that.
I'll stop. But yeah.
And
my bad.
Joe, stop letting people bait you, bro.
My bad.
All I want to know is, are we gonna have a basement room when the bear market comes?
There's rooms open right now. There's a bunch of people in the rooms down there.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, go look. There's a bunch, like several rooms.
Oh, I gotta check this out. Cool.
Nah, there has to be room. People can't just talk crypto all day. So you gotta have somewhere you can duck down to and just chill. That's what it used to be called. Yeah, let's take a look at ETH because dominance is recovering, which, yeah, exactly. Look at ETH inverted and look at Dom. Icicle, everything you see right now is full access. I've just got everything open to all tiers right now. Just so people can come in and see. And then whatever we add in the future. Yeah. One of these days it's gonna flip to only people with the role. So if you ever come on Discord one day and there's only 2 channels, that means that we flip. But I'll make announcements. I've been saying I'm gonna do it for the longest. I've literally been dragging my feet on it. Only because everything's been so chill. Right? Like chat hasn't gotten out of control. Everybody's kind of calm. But one of these days, my hand's gonna get forced. You're welcome, Eric. Nicholas, it's not VIP. It's just the family role. It's a one-time $50 fee. Or I'm sorry, tip. IRS is listening. It's a one-time $50 tip. It's just to separate the scammers and the hackers and shit like that, Nicholas. In the future, we'll put it up. Right, in the future, it'll be more than $50, so we can try to keep the Discord small. My goal is to not let it get too crowded. So if that means that eventually it's got to be $1,000 to get in as a deterrent, then this is the invite to the free section of the Discord. And then if you're already in the Discord and you just need to get your family roll, it's looking like most people have already got theirs. If you're already in the Discord, then you would go to this link here. Nah, there's no tax on tips now. Incredible. IRS came out and said no tax on tips. For crypto with the 5 gifties. Appreciate you, fam. Oh, okay, true. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I put ETH up on the right side for a second just to keep an eye on this. We hit the measured move for ETH already. That was like a 4% move it hit there. Right, pattern wise. Pattern wise, we had our higher low fractal. And then that measured move already played out. Played out all at once too. Right. Pretty quick move up, 4% move up. Now we're waiting to see if it holds the 50. If it holds the 50 and this is just the beginning of a bigger impulse, right? If it's just our rise, retrace 1 and we're still waiting for another 2, then this will hold. Took out a lot of those liquidations too. Pretty sure that whole thing was a squeeze. Yeah. Took all those shorts out. See how hard that squeezed through there? But then it ran out of liquidations. A moment of silence for the bears. Moment of silence for the ETH bears. Yeah. Yeah, it'll reclaim them if volume doesn't stay increased here. So far, we've come down and claimed 50% of that vector. Looks like ETH wants to come back for these vectors. That was a nice move. Remember, ETH more on a macro. What we're really worried about here is holding this range. We came back inside of that range. We just want to hold support back in there. Anywhere above 2454 would be nice. Neve, there's apps you can go on now and have people bid for them, bro. Just go on live, show the cards. I don't know if they have to be graded or not, though. Bro, my mom put about 10 years worth of baseball cards that I had stored in a box from when I was a kid in storage, and then didn't pay the storage. So somebody that bought that locker on auction got a box of mint condition old ass baseball cards. That shit was handed down. Nah, man, I don't even want to tempt Dom by putting a hammer on it. I'm afraid I might disrespect it and it might do something crazy. I mean, the number one thing we're looking for, Noman, is to break this damn 50 EMA. You know, break it with confirmation.
Yo, Dbloc, quick question. Would you consider this a W pattern at the top?
Yeah. Yeah. The W's have definitely been winners for real on this ride up. But this whole thing, right? Like W, another W, another W, got this one. But just like, you know, if we tell the M pattern guys that they need to chill out and wait for confirmation, then we got to do the same, because we just got a stopping volume candle off of the breakout of what should have been a W, right? Look at the M pattern, guys. This was an M pattern. They shorted it, regretted it. This was an M pattern. They shorted it, regretted it. This was an M pattern. Shorted it, regretted it. Same thing here.
Look at the
Same thing here.
look at the 1 hour. Check out the 1 hour candle real quick.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of the W when we were up in this area. I don't know, a month or so ago.
What we do have for the first time in this sort of run is a change of character. Right, so the market maker pattern that we count, the W, rise 1, rise 2, rise 3, M pattern. Right, remember I told you that we go, that price moves from ranges to impulses, right? So we've just put in another range up top, which we didn't have before. This whole time has been an impulse, right? So range, impulse, range. Inside of those ranges, or inside of that move, we count our market maker pattern. This is our W, rise 1, rise 2, rise 3, M pattern. So if this is going to top out and give us an M pattern, then we would go into our drop 1, drop 2, drop 3. But remember I told you that this pattern can also end in consolidation. Right? So the type 2 version of this pattern goes W, rise 1, rise 2, rise 3. But instead of giving you an M pattern, it consolidates. And it builds a W, and it starts the pattern over. Then you get another rise 1, rise 2, rise 3, like a continuation. But for that, we'd have to break out. As of right now, if I look at liquidity and I look at the book, there's some aggressive buyers, volume is low. It looks as if that would be the top. And we'd get a, you know, a 3 drop. Excuse me. A little 3 wave drop.
Do we have any important news coming out this week or next week?
I think this was a week.
And we got the 3-day up midweek reversal, right?
Yeah, that's another sort of indication that it would be an M pattern and not a continuation. All right, yesterday we had PAL, that happened. Today we get what, unemployment claims, final GDP.
Some war in question.
We're expecting no change on GDP and a drop on unemployment claims by 1K. And then tomorrow, core PCE. Nothing. Built job open. Yeah, it's going to be a big jobs week, which is what they seem to be focused on right now. So could get some interesting news out of all that.
Yeah, they were talking here in Dallas that it's taken almost twice as long for new hires to get answers and stuff. So many new applicants, lots of
I don't know. We'll see. I want everybody to have a job, but if we want these rate cuts, we need those unemployment claims to go up. Hey, if everybody in the country had a job and my bag didn't go up, I'd be okay with that. That being said, I want them unemployment claims to go up. We need all the little push and help we can get.
I'll go file tomorrow.
Now, I'm not sure if all those jobs that came out of all the federal jobs, if they came out, if they even showed on the unemployment claims. Because I was expecting a sort of cliff, one of these numbers to be a big cliff rise because of all the people that Doge department fired. I mean, they put whole departments out. So where is it in the numbers? I haven't seen it so far. Yeah, at this point, our RSIs and our stochastics got to be Let's see if we killed that divergence on the weekly. Oh, I think we did. Yeah, we still need to crawl a little bit higher, but definitely looks a lot better than it did. Let's see. Yeah, it is, Neve. It's basically the same. The only difference that I've seen from putting them side to side is the money flow. But that's what I, the money flow is what I use the least on that indicator, so it doesn't really matter to me. All right, let me go surf through Twitter real quick, see if we're missing any news. I'm here, I'm just in my head for a second.